one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with this lovable group of buffoons, the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi, everybody.
So for those who have no idea what the heck is going on their screens, hi, we are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 parties existing, living, breathing, possibly getting real close, getting real intimate, and then magic getting in the way, in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. If this is your first time here, welcome. We hope you have a lovely time. Before we get into just a couple of the normal announcement stuff, the first of which is that this Saturday we are hosting our drop-in, drop-out campaign, Humblewood, Silk and Sunder. So if you're interested in playing as with me as your DM, as well as possibly other characters, other players from our normal campaigns jumping in and out, please feel free to check that out and join. We would love to have you. So drop in, drop out campaign. We're hosting most Saturdays. We will be off at the last Saturday in June. I think it's 29th. But that is available for anyone who wants to join in. A drop in, drop out means that you can join for a single session. You could join for several sessions. You could join the whole time. You take a break in the middle, come back. It is completely up to you, your level of availability. But yes, Humblewood, for those who don't know, is a great kind of opportunity to live out your fantasy of being a small raccoon, or a big raccoon, or a pigeon, or a
filthy possum,
or a disgusting filthy possum, for sure. It is a wonderful opportunity to do that in the rules and mindset of D&D, but truly kind of putting that woodland sort of spin on it. So with that, we have custom classes, we have custom races, spells, and of course custom monsters, including zany creatures like the Wub Weaver, which I should put on here as just like little like sort of thing of like an example on that. But the Wub Weaver and his synthesizers, which is where we left off last time. So very very zany, somewhat light, I guess, kind of silly for sure is the phrase that comes to my mind. It's really a lot of fun. So if you want to check that out, you can do so going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. If you're watching on YouTube, that link is in the video description below. Also, if you're watching on Twitch, I will put it in the live chat for you all to see. But yeah, startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Awesome. And we already have Kay in the chat. Hi, Kay. Yeah. Also, yeah, speaking of Kay, we also are, if you are interested in supporting the channel, first and foremost, the best way to do is to smash that like follow button. Smash it. Smash the hell out of it. Take a hammer, just bust up your keyboard. Do it. But once you fix your keyboard, also jump into, you can check that out at obviously YouTube and Twitch, where you're most likely watching one of these now. But we also have our social media that you can like, subscribe, and follow down below, which is right down there. You can see at It's a Long Story _TTRPG, which is now being I can do this. Is now being head up by?
Headed.
Is it headed? Headed doesn't feel right. Headed up.
By
Head upped.
Yeah.
Joe, what does the room smell like right now?
This room right now. It smells like feet because I took my shoes off.
Patchouli is what I'm guessing.
No, not at all. No, I took my actual medication, prescribed by a doctor, by a real doctor.
Hi, everybody. It's Dr.
But yeah, Kay, but Kay is taking over the reins. Kay is watching this. Like, are you going to say, okay, you're not? Okay. All right, great. Headed up by Kay. Headed up by Kay. Thankfully, Kay, thank you again so much for taking over the reins for that, so that we have some actual content to be able to show you guys from behind the scenes stuff, as well as some of our favorite clips, pictures, and videos of minis and terrain that we've been working on, and the like. So please check that out. And I believe that's it. So I'm going to stop talking for a second. Before we jump into tonight, we do need to get an idea of where we left off. So we are going to have, once again, Kiki do the honors. Yes. Kiki, take it.
We talked about it, then I completely forgot, and I stopped looking at it. But I'm going to get a note now.
So
we started off still in the cathedral, with kind of the Burning Rose and the rest of the Unearthed Arcanum standing off against each other. There was a brief exchange of words, the premise of which we decided to go to Hadrian's house because we are all, some of us more than others, Gwen, in desperate need of a long sleep.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm fine.
Not drug and coffee-induced wakefulness.
I just need more coffee.
No.
Just give me some more of that coffee.
The good coffee. With a special sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Then we made it back to the estate, really. And we talked briefly about, well, Kara laid everything out that has happened with Huxley. She told them everything from the moment on the ship to now. And there was a brief discussion about what they're going to do about him. I don't know if we ever came to a real solid conclusion about what we're actually going to do about him. But we're going to do something. Then we all got food. Yori was going to make us sandwiches, but it was another bread incident. Where he will never get the chance. But during that whole talk, Kira and Dante returned bloodied and bruised and battered. Hadrian kicks them out of the city, firing Dante. And when we sit down to have another discussion, Alistair very brusquely asks to see his dead fiance's things and tells him to get over himself, basically. So Alistair and Gwen go to rummage through his room to search through his dead fiance's things. Kara and Hadrian go to the rooftop garden. Yori, Nolani, and Io go to the library, where Yori makes sandwiches for those two at least. I still don't know if they actually ate the sandwiches or if Yori just made them for himself. Even Fenrir didn't eat the sandwiches. He did try to eat a book, though, that had the interesting information about Huxley in it. Specifically Huxley's genealogy as part of a well-known family of Dare's Wharf. On the rooftop, Kara and Hadrian have a moment where he asks to see the real her, and she shows him, and he expresses real love to her for the first time that she's ever experienced in her changeling form. And then downstairs, in his room, Alistair and Gwen talk a lot about, I guess they reconcile their past a little bit. They talk about her leaving and not sending letters, or they reconcile in as much as Alistair in his emotionally
can we really
stunted
use
and
the
Gwen
word
in
reconcile?
her exhausted state can reconcile things. They have a really cute, close moment. They almost kiss, then Alistair's like, dog seeing a squirrel with magic, and was like, shiny thing. And then they found a secret room with Dominium inside it? They think so. They haven't made it all the way in yet, but they found a secret room.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. Tune in 5 minutes to find out. I think that's it. Did I miss anything, guys? That was so sporadic and chaotic.
The only thing
talking-
I
I
didn't
missed,
take my medication clearly.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're talking about what does your room smell like right now? That's what I'm saying.
Smells like wine.
It's odorless.
the only thing
yeah.
you missed is that basically we are still ignoring Yori. Sandwiches,
Well, yeah.
journal
it's just-
I think I said that multiple
I actually
times
did eat
throughout
a
the
little
day.
bit of the sandwich.
Yeah, to be clear, I am making sandwiches for everyone. I even asked Io what everyone's favorite spices are, so I'm making sandwiches with magical spice on them for not
and
as stuff that kind of
Yori
makes everything delicious,
Thinks
but
Hadrian's as great of a
Yeah.
guy as Kara.
I do
told
think
everybody
Hadrian's
else.
kind of great, yeah. But I'm making as many sandwiches as possible so we can pack them away and bring them to the Feywild.
Incredible. When I do want to say, because I usually make these descriptions thinking about everything that could be going wrong during the session. So making the description for tonight, I put the Unearthed Arcanum find their brief moment of respite interrupted with burning questions of loyalty, intentions, and identity. I really wanted to put loyalty, intentions, and sandwiches as a does Yori ever get to show off his sandwich making skills? Is
Will
the
they,
question.
won't they?
No meal made
eat
by Yori will
sandwiches?
ever be consumed.
Right.
He's Fey. We can't eat his food.
That-
There it is.
We had
Damn
this
it. Damn it, Evan, they
You can't
figured
have
it out.
offered food. Yeah, that was the plan all along when we got
That
to
was
the
the
Feywild. Ah.
Damn it. Well, now I gotta rewrite the whole campaign. So. All right. Well, enough of this chitter chatter. Let's go to the guy who let's go to the dead guy's house who you just killed his fiance. Let's go there. Let's do it. Yeah, I think that's everything. So let's jump in. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. I would like Alistair, Kara, and Io to roll me initiative rolls.
you still have a D8.
If you want to use it for that, you certainly can. This is just to see who is
No,
going
for
first
Gift of
in the
Alacrity.
RP. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. I guess what you said. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Why not?
I got
Better.
a natural 20 for a 24.
Nice start.
We're spending our natural 20s on
Who goes
this,
first?
I guess.
I rolled a 7 and then an 8 for Gift of Alacrity, so 15.
Nice.
Io got a 9.
Okay. All right. So we will start back out on the rooftop. So one thing that I forgot to mention before is that when we talked about the rooftop garden, I forgot that it was raining. So we're gonna say that there is a awning that is over the area
I
where that
imagine it
garden
had
is.
an atrium top, like a
Yeah.
big greenhouse.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So we'll do that. Creating on the spot. See, Evan, we're doing what you're saying.
Improvise.
Improvise. So I think as we see Kara in the changeling form, I'll be honest. I'm trying to remember. Hadrian stepped away. I'm trying to remember why.
I needed to respond to the book, and he stepped away to ask Claude to cut back the plants because they're quite literally invading her space.
Cool. Got it. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I think in this moment we see we come in on a we come into a scene where we have this rooftop garden with this kind of greenhouse glass awning over it. We can hear the sounds of the picking rain coming off of the glass, the wind that is blowing from the outside of it. And as we move into it, we see all of the plants around, you can tell in this moment that there's vibrant colors, but the color is somewhat drained in this moment for the scene of showing Kara in her true changeling form. Kara, as you are staring down at a book with words reflecting back to you, most of which doesn't necessarily ring a bell. We see Hadrian come back in, and I think for a moment you're, as we see Hadrian and Claude kind of like moving around, kind of seeing Hadrian kind of directing things. And for a moment, once again, the sound is kind of pulled away as you are trying to make sense of things. I think in the mention, because I believe it was not mentioned in the book. Yeah, because the first question was like, what's Huxley's full name? So I think the mention of Huxley's name here. What is in Kara's mind at this moment? Just kind of set the scene.
I mean, because she just got that flood of memories too from realizing it was Huxley William Carver.
Right.
I think to her that information could be valuable as a weapon of self-defense against him if she plays it right. Like, she's already used Raylor, which we don't know is Raylor's his real name in it, but she's already used that character against him, and now she has information about his family and his true name that she can use. Maybe it'll help her, maybe it'll just make him more murderous, but at this point, anything she can use could be that second of hesitation she has to get away if he finds her again.
Is there any part of Kara feeling uneasy on the idea that the group is having a conversation about Huxley in this time, and you know that some of them are not near you? As far as the idea of like, has that been set aside? Do you think Kara is fully in a space of recognizing that she is the more important one here, in like a trusting aspect maybe?
So I think she knows Gwen and Alistair are in Hadrian's room.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in that conversation. So she can assume it's Yori, Io, and Alani. And while she would probably be concerned about Nalani, she has no concerns for Yori and Io. And Yori's the one who's writing in the book asking the question.
Right. For clarification's sake, there is a chance that Alistair and Gwen are reading this. You don't know that they're not reading this, right? So, yeah, I'm just curious if there was any sort of like leftover thoughts of like, has everything been cleared up there?
I mean, I think there is, because we didn't officially decide, like, I mean, we did say we would like to try to reconcile with it. Actually, no, sorry, I did forget that. She did make it very clear she wants to try to reconcile. Talk it out, at the very least. And if he's going to murder her, if he won't stop, she will kill him or die trying. Okay. But if he will talk it out, she wants that as an option.
Yeah. Cool. So I think with that, thinking about it and trying to kind of like recognize, because I don't think you've answered back in the book yet.
I just said yes. He asked, do you know his name? Then he answered all of that, and she just wrote back yes.
Right, yeah, because I wrote like, is it this name? And yeah, then eventually we wrote the rest of the stuff in the book. So all the that paragraph that
Cool. So I think, if there's nothing else, I think there's a moment where like the sound sort of starts to fade in a little bit as you hear a voice say to you, Kara?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is somewhat morbid to admit, especially this late in the evening, but I just realized that there are probably still literally 100 or so people that think that they're going to a wedding tomorrow, so I do need to handle that.
Wasn't it 2 days from now?
No,
This was above table. It was 2 days from now because we never got to the. We are still the same day we were in March.
okay. Yeah. That's either way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get the point. Yeah, either
Yeah.
way. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, that's something that needs to be handled if the news doesn't handle it first.
Right. Well,
But yes,
Yeah.
I understand. Are you sure? I know we've asked a lot of. Do you have someone else you could, if it's easier? I don't want to ask Francis to do any more. He's already dealing with the cathedral, but
and the guards, and most likely
the guards, and yes, and Brahm.
Brom.
Is there any way I can help?
Roll me a persuasion check.
There it is. What's my persuasion? Oh, it's a lot higher now. 15.
Okay. They 15s. He kind of takes your hand and just kind of like pats it for seconds. Honestly, I don't think either of us should be the ones that are handling this right now, but in a manner of respect, I just feel like I should at least be the one to be involved in starting to make sure the word has gone out.
I understand.
I won't be.
It is.
I won't be very long.
It is nearly midnight. We should all be getting to sleep soon.
I know. Give me an hour.
Okay. I suppose I will go see what the others are up to.
He kisses you on the cheek, and I would like you to roll me a perception check, please.
That's not bad. Perception. 19.
19. Alistair has a bag of holding right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. 19 is pretty good. I'm gonna say with the 19, go ahead and give me a nature check. We're kind of right on the edge here.
Nature's not that good. It's only a 10. Oh, I have inspiration. Do I want to use my inspiration on this? We're not getting into combat today, are we?
I will tell you straight up. This is high stakes.
Okay. That's an 18.
Okay. Great.
Could it
with
be
an
insight
8
instead of perception? Because he touched me.
It is no. I'll tell you why in a second. This was for nature, by the way. So you rolled an 18 on nature.
I have a +0, so it's only an 18.
So natural 18. No, it's great. Cool. You start to smell something peculiar as he kisses your cheek. A moment where something like feels. It almost kind of feels like stingy. At first, you think it's him, and maybe something that's like on his lips or what have you. But as he pulls back, you see him just. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Right. I'll be back tonight.
Maybe. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm just never. These damn flowers, I'm sure. Just never noticed them being this close before. Claude? These ones, yes, right here. Thank you.
So the only thing I got was that it felt like stingy?
Yeah, and I think you got the idea that it would definitely wasn't Hadrian, as Hadrian kind of takes a step back and like kind of, obviously sneezes, something in the air is bothering him. I'd say an 18 is good enough to know that it has something to do with this garden.
Why don't I walk down with you?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You sure you don't want to stay anymore here?
No. Let's head on down.
I'd like you to roll me a d20, please.
13.
Oh, baby. Good job. Cool. As you start to head down the stairs, there's a moment where like you feel like, I think, he's just naturally kind of like putting his arm up for you to take as you're both going. You notice his arm just kind of like starting to kind of like go lower and lower as he's coming down the banister of the staircase, now kind of moving to the center sort of grand foyer where the main entrance would be. And I'd like you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh dear. Math is hard. 24.
Good lord. Incredible. As you feel his arm kind of start to kind of go down a little bit, you notice that he seems to his hand seems to slide away from the banister, and he is going to tumble forward. Day 24, you grab him, no problem. Like, are able to kind of like take him as he goes down. He is unconscious.
Hadrian. Guys, hello. Somebody. I'm gonna try to wake him up. Try to shake him.
Okay.
Can I do a medicine check? I actually have pretty
Absolutely.
good medicine.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Really good medicine. That's 21 medicine check. Can I do guidance on that? Because I'm freaking out.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Yeah, for sure.
24.
24. Okay, cool. Day 24. I would
I'm
like.
so scared this is Huxley's shit again. The same thing you did to Daphne.
I'm gonna say for Gwen and Alistair, give me a perception check. I'm gonna say the DC for that is 15 because you guys are now on the second floor, and this is pretty much, you guys are pretty much on the first floor now. So you guys are a little further. And then also Yuri and I are giving a perception check. I'm gonna say DC 10.
Roll the 7.
Nat 1.
God, you guys.
I rolled a 3.
I'm distracted.
Oh my god, you rolled a 5. What the heck? No.
Making sandwiches over here.
I
still
will.
got things to say to Gwen.
Technically speaking, we do have one other member of the party right now, so
sure.
I'm gonna roll for Nalani.
Okay.
You did not.
No.
You did not. Oh my god. What?
Fantastic.
Okay,
So
this is meant to be apparently.
Y'all
yeah,
need to
in
stay.
this moment on the stairs, but I am gonna say a medicine check of 24 is so good. So I think with this you see Mask appear as Maeve coming next to you. He goes, what is it?
I don't know what's wrong with him. He was just fine. He
Okay, all right. I'm gonna it's okay. And you see her kind of put her hands on his chest, but then through his chest. Okay.
Spare the dying. Does he look? I'm just doing spare the dying because I'm scared.
Mm-hmm. That's essentially what they were doing. So I think in this way we'll say that like through you that you're doing that. As he is stable, but clearly unconscious. You see as Mask kind of takes their hands out. I'm going to say in this case, Mask knows what you know. So like perceived what you perceived. The garden.
Do I need to get something from there? Do I need to destroy it? What do I need to do?
We need someone who knows about herbology, or maybe Alistair. The garden did this.
The garden. I'm just gonna start pointing, yelling in message. Alistair, I need you. Alistair is sending message just in random directions straight out because I know he's on the same floor I am. So I'm just, fuck. If Huxley hears it, I don't care.
Okay.
Alistair,
Yeah.
I need you right now.
What's the range on message? Is it 300 feet?
120 feet.
120 feet. Okay.
What did you just roll?
It's possible that he is further than 120 feet. So someone needs to roll me a d20. Maybe Clinton?
I gotcha. That was an 18.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm 180
so
feet away. I'm sorry.
We wanted
that was
a
the
number. The
that was
time
the
we
distance.
wanted to roll no.
Yeah. You are Alistair, there is a whole actually we'll cut from here real quick. Alistair, you and Gwyn are able to push open this door, finding the magical sort of thing, and just kind of like moving through, walking down the steps. And there is a moment where, because it's not too far away, you see that there's a small sort of hidden room here that is very disheveled with random things that isn't really important to you right now, because you see what is in the center on this desk, the thing that you are able to see now with both levels of sight. A massively larger than any amount that you have seen. I would say about this. It's bigger than a bread box, I guess. I'm trying to think of how to like kind of put this in a frame here. A massive source of diminium. There are notes that seem to be written on the desk that you're starting to kind of like move towards till you are interrupted by a message. Kara, what do you say?
You just hear, Alistair, I need help. Hurry, please, somebody. Alistair.
It's Kara. She needs help.
We should go.
I think as we look at Gwyn's eyes, as Gwyn is saying,
Yeah,
we should
Gwen
go.
is not. I think she's over at the desk, reaching out to touch. As Alistair gets the message, she has
There's
no
like a moment
control right now.
where we see like a reflection of the stone in her eyes. Like that's how close
100%.
you are. Yeah.
I feel like she has her quill out too, and it's just like, I mean, seeing if there's a reaction, comparing them, that kind of stuff.
I'll tell you, as soon as you take the quill out, there is definitely a reaction, a form of like almost like feels like magnetism at this point. So everything within you guys here at this moment feels like this is the worst time.
I think she's just gonna reach her hand out. Give me the bag. And I'm gonna sweep
as I'm
everything
handing her
in
back,
to
do
the
I
bag.
see anything like where the Dominium is at? Do I see any traps or anything?
Gwen
You
doesn't
do not?
even pause to look.
Nope.
Okay.
Hadrian is way too full of himself to assume that he needs to trap this room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything.
Sweep
Grab
everything into the bag.
notes, all of it.
I love you guys so much.
If things fall off the shelf into the bag, that's fine too.
Yep.
Yep.
I want the notes.
I will say, I think in a fit of like desperation here, actually, yeah, in a fit of desperation here, I'm gonna say either Alistair or Gwyn give me a sleight of hand check. I'll say you're rolling with advantage because the other one is helping, I assume.
You,
All right,
you're one better than me.
you got it. It's a 15.
Okay, cool. With a 15, you're able to collect everything that looks important and shiny and bright and reflecting, and you're able to do so very quickly. I'll say like in a round.
I think also both of us are facing the wrong direction, grabbing things, going, "Yep, we should go. We should get."
It's only 6 seconds. It's
Alistair,
fine.
where are you? Alistair, help! This is like over and over again.
He's fine.
Getting
You did
more
spare the
desperate.
dying. Yeah, so once that's done,
Remember, she also found her husband dead, so this is not great for her right now.
we don't really know why you need help, so
No.
What's yeah?
it's 6 seconds. Yeah. Once we do that, out the door.
Cool.
Does the illusion stay in place?
The illusion, remind
Or
me.
whatever, can we put
Yeah,
the
you
door
said
back?
like there was like an illusion over the wall that was hiding.
So
Oh,
it doesn't look like we
yes.
disturbed it.
Yeah, as soon as you push the door back, it looks like it you see like the sconce kind of like moves back into place, and then it looks like it kind of seals. You're not like I said last session, you're not impressed at all with the level of sneakiness in this.
I will say, just for the shits and giggles of it, Alistair left a button on the pedestal where the Dominion was at.
Hold on, let me roll something. Gwen doesn't notice the button.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, so we'll run out in the hallway, I guess. Unlock the door and then run out in the hallway.
She is
Cool.
like full crying, holding his head in her lap.
Yeah.
just-
If we come out of the room, would we see her?
Coming out of the room, you are on the second floor, so you would have to be rushing kind of down the hallway and then looking down. So you see her facing down from the top sort of part of the platform of the stairs, looking down. You also see Asher is there on the first floor, kind of staring, but just frozen. He does not look like he is mentally able to help here whatsoever. You don't see any servants here right now. That could strike you as odd, but I'll be honest with you, it's just I think there's a level of like, it's the staircase, there's a weird sort of like space of, there's a lot of things that some of the servants are doing in prep for things that they don't know they don't need to be prepping for. So
What happened?
I don't know. We were in the garden and he's having some kind of reaction to the plants. I need you to help him. I need someone to help him. I can't. I'm out of magic.
Hey, listen. I get it. But he looks stable right now. So let's take a deep breath. What do you mean it happened in the garden?
We were upstairs and she's in her changeling form right now too. I showed him this, and then the plants started gravitating towards me, and then he started acting weird, and we were walking downstairs, and he just collapsed.
What was your name again? Pointing at Asher.
I didn't do
boy.
this.
What was your name?
Asher.
Asher, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to grab Hadrian here and take him to his room and put him in his bed. You do that for me, please. Right now, Asher.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kara, can you take me and Gwen up to the roof, and then
No, I don't want to leave him.
and then I will open the notebook
Yes.
to
Gwen was
write
gonna
to
do the same
Yori
thing.
and Io, yeah, and see.
I've burned it at this point. I just threw it in the fire. It's gone.
It's been like a minute, buddy.
with
Come
this.
on.
Yeah, I know.
He's ripping the pages out and putting them in between the sandwiches.
That would be great.
Fucking eat this.
So yeah, and I will write, yes, Yori, I know the name. Can you please meet us up on the roof with Io and the like?
I can't leave him. I can't.
He will be fine. Listen, we trust Asher, right? Okay, Asher can look over him. He's okay for now. I need to know what happened to him before I can help him.
Gwen is just staring at you right now, like completely, like this is interesting,
This is.
but not in a good way. Sort of look.
I'm gonna roll something. Because in her mind, she's afraid to come back and find him like Carter.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's just the plants. I don't know. They're just upstairs. I can't leave him. I can't come
It's
back.
fine.
And he's gone. I can't.
Alistair, we'll go look at the plants. We're not gonna get anywhere. Let's go. And Gwen's going up the stairs.
No, wait. They might do something to you too. I don't know what's poisonous up there. They were fine
You
for me.
need to make
He
a
said-
choice.
He
Kara,
said it was
Kara,
nice.
hey, you need to make a choice, okay? If you want me to help him, I need you to come show me what happened. If you want me to figure it out on my own, I will. And I will.
Gwen's already
try to
halfway up
follow.
the stairs.
Make a choice, Kara, as I'm walking away.
Did you? I apologize. Did you mention to Yori and I what was going on?
Just
You said
said
something.
I said I needed to
Meet on the roof.
I
Meet
needed
on the
to
roof.
Meet
Okay,
them
got
on the
it.
roof.
Cool.
I'm gonna look
yeah.
at Asher, as he's probably collecting Hadrian's body,
Just
and I'm just gonna touch his arm,
dragging.
and I'm gonna insight check him with my power as I say, keep him safe.
There is a moment that oh god, this is hard to do as a DM. Oh my god. Sorry, give me a second. Fuck you. Okay. Sorry.
No.
Asher, as you go out to reach, Asher instinctively pulls away and actually lets go of Hadrian's arm on one side. And it's in that moment you see a terror in his eyes that is not that is more than like
Oh
normal
fuck! I'm in
Asher
that
over the
changeling
past
form.
because you are in your changeling form, and everything you felt and the confidence of building up on the idea of feeling like you are your own person, in my view as a DM, is shattered in this moment. As you make that realization, you see him like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're-
She's just back into Kara. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Okay, yeah, okay, sorry, yeah, Jesus, okay, yeah, I almost dropped him, okay. Yeah, what?
I just keep him safe, and then she's gonna turn and walk upstairs.
In that moment, because you guys are not really that far from the staircase here, I would say Yori and Io, you arrive at the bottom of the staircase, seeing Kara up the staircase, and Asher and Hadrian, as I believe. Oh no, you said you're going the same direction. So yeah, so you are kind of with him right now. You could also like be picking up the legs if you wanted to, as he's just dragging him.
No,
Asher's
I was going with Alistair and Gwen.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, so you actually see, like, I think you see a hem of, like, robes, like, moving in opposite directions here, just as you guys are coming in.
Well,
Enough to yell out or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like... I'm not sure how big the place is or what the directions are, but I don't know if Yori knows how to get to the stairs or upstairs. Are we in the room where
the stairs
somebody
were in the
shattered the
foyer
window?
between
Like, somebody got thrown out a
rooms.
window. Is that this room? Is that the
It's
was
one
the-
before it. This is like the main entrance sort of room, and I would say this is so. What you would be having to go through is actually just two doorways where there's only one direction to go to. Once you get to the second floor, yeah, all bets are off there. But where this is in the first floor, this is just two sets of doors to go to the main foyer.
Okay, so Yori just... I don't know if you checked your book, but Alistair asked us to meet on the roof. I'm just going to go to the quick way, and I'm gonna go to where the window is broken and fly out up to the roof.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Io would have checked his book, and he was like, "Oh man, we were just getting to the point where the spice was just right, but yeah, it's probably important if they're messaging us." And I think he's just gonna try and find his way up to the roof as well, or the
Cool.
location.
And I think a lot of this is so I want to give you guys kind of like a freedom of deciding here on this, but I also think what Yori said really like makes sense in a like kid sort of way. You guys could not pass where Claude got thrown out of the window is the dining room, which is off to the right. You guys are 2 rooms over to the left from the main foyer. So what Yori, and again, I think this is very Yori to pass through the main foyer to the dining room and then go out the window to fly up, as opposed to taking the stairs, but you are passing the stairs to do that. It makes sense in my head, but I want to make sure that I was as clear as I could to you.
I mean, yeah, for me, like, I mean, because that's what, if I know a way to get somewhere, that's what you're gonna do. Like,
right.
That's a sure thing. But if he's passing the stairs and he sees something, that could change things. So that's definitely like, if he's passing by there, it depends what he sees.
Yeah, roll me a perception check. Okay.
Right. That's an 11.
Okay. I'm going to say an 11. 11 is a positive for me, but I'm going to say it's close enough where it's really up to you. I will say, Io, you assume the easiest way to get to the roof is up the stairs.
Oh, of course.
So I
that
do
was
think
the way,
Io,
that was the way
you
he was
would see
going
this.
anyway.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I was about to say, I was like, he probably would have, if Yori was going to fly up, he probably would have been looking at him like quizzically as he was going
Like
up.
you see him just go through the door as soon as you look up and see that, and you see the door is now swung shut from the dining room of where Yori was in. But yeah, you can still call out to him if you wanted to, but whatever. I think, like I said, I do think it is very Yori to be like, okay, cool, window outside easily.
Yeah, I think he'd be like, little man, I think the stairs.
Meet you up there.
Just gone.
There's also a part that he just wants. It's just a fun. This is the second time he's got to crash through a window in one night. He didn't really crash through this one, but he gets to jump through it.
That's great. So Io, as you see the door kind of like close behind, and you see right at the top of the stairs, you see figures. One of which you recognize like Kara's dress and her foot going one direction, and then there's some talking in the background, gang. I'm not sure if there's but then there's a body that you can see being dragged in another direction. So the body's being dragged left at the top of the stairs. Kara looks like she's going right.
Okay, I think I'm gonna call out to Kara as I'm dashing up the stairs. Kara, what the hell's going on?
Just follow us. I don't know. I think she tried to push to the front of the group going upstairs too.
Okay. Dan, I think we lost your volume.
Oh no, sorry. I muted myself. I've been
good.
Coming in and out. I think at that point Io's like, okay. At this point, does he see that that's clearly Hadrian, or can he just see like basically legs being dragged kind of thing?
Yeah, I think from your version of where the hallway is, you actually see now like going down the hallway, you see a tiefling dragging a tiefling that clearly is Hadrian, and that's Asher that's dragging him, and it looks like it's going towards where there are bedrooms at. You would assume, and it kind of gives that feel of that hallway.
Gotcha. I think he'd say, "All right, slow down, Kara. Is Asher helping Hadrian, or is he
Are you running to catch up to us? Because she was running to the front of the group, already going upstairs.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, so I think you're having to run alongside. Yeah.
Because I'm trying to piece together at this point. Okay, should I go help him? Because it looks like he's barely able to carry this unconscious guy. But I also want to. I don't know what happened. How do I know Asher's not the problem? She's breaking down, doesn't know what to do, and
Yeah. So you're asking like simple terms, what could it be? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's booking it up the stairs past Alistair and Gwen.
Yeah, I think that also makes sense that Kara is like not able to even respond.
Okay. I think at that point, I didn't really hear what Clinton said, so I don't know if that was in character.
Yeah, his mic's a little far.
Io, I'm so glad you're here. You paid attention in herbology class.
Yeah. Do you need my help?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah. What
Kara
can I help
thinks
with?
that the plants up on the roof may have done something to Hadrian.
Okay. Plants on the roof may have injured Hadrian. Okay.
Let's just go see the plants. Let's start there.
That's what I'm doing.
Cool. Yeah. So at this point, I think ironically, the way that I picture it, especially with like the idea of like a spiral sort of staircase, Yori, I do think you beat them there.
Yeah, that's fair.
As you're just like, so Yori is at the top of the stairs, staring at a essentially a greenhouse sort of like atrium. Also, it is once again, it is still raining out, so you see Yori is like just like has the wet mop of hair. As you guys see Yori, and then I assume kind of like enter into the greenhouse there.
And as we walk, she's gonna start walking right in, like into the plant stairs, and she's gonna be like, "He told me that this was Melody's garden, and it was fine. It was just like this." And she's in Kara's form right now, and she's like, "It was just like this, like it was normal." And then she's gonna cringe a little as she shifts back into a changeling near the plants.
You all see the plants around her. The immediate plants around her seem to move slowly, taking their time. Under her arms, pushing up slightly, and you actually notice that there are other plants that seem to kind of like move around. It looks like there is a throne that is being made out of these flowers that is positioned in themselves behind Kara.
Did they only react when she changed back into her changeling form?
Based on how you guys came in here, I did roll to see like memory of like a plant sort of thing, like the idea here. I would say, given the idea of like how quickly everything's happened, I would say it is. You would assume so, for sure.
Gwen would say to Kara, change back to Kara for a moment. I just want to see something. Nothing to do with how you look.
Sorry. Okay, I shift back to Kara.
I didn't know it was that rough a change.
At this moment, the flowers don't seem to change their movement. They still seem to be kind of like forming this sort of like space around her. It is very much in the idea of, I'll say now would be probably good times for rolls. Everybody roll me what you think you want to roll in this situation.
Can I, and this is going to be a weird question and maybe a dangerous question because this already cost me 22 years before. Can I insight check the plants? I'm scared.
I will allow it.
Okay. While she's doing that, I'm doing an Arcana check, and I rolled a 22 on that. And basically what I'm doing is I'm reaching out with my telekinetic abilities, because I don't know what touching these plants are like. I could end up like Hadrian. And essentially, I'm trying to draw on anything I would have caught in herbology class or with Dr. Kestrel in studying extraplanar creatures to see if, hey, does this seem familiar in anything I would have learned about, especially
Cool.
it reacting to her changing.
Got it.
I
we'll,
got a 30
we'll come back
insight
to
check.
that. Okay. Nice.
You're just saying what we
everybody
got
else?
first, or
Yeah, it's saying what
Okay.
you're wanting to roll for and what your perspective is on what you're trying to perceive based on that.
so I rolled an Arcana 16, but mostly I'm trying to remember what we know of changelings and shapeshifters and whether or not they like change on a physiological level when they shift forms, and whether that has different magical significance as far as their auras go. And
That's a
I'm
good
probably
question.
saying all this out loud to Alistair as well, because he's got the whole can see stuff.
Yeah, I'll actually piggyback on that. So this is first off, silly question. Detect good or detect evil and good is a first level spell that can't be upcast. Can I use a second level spell slot to cast that?
As far as like you don't have any first level spells.
Yes.
Oh, weird. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that I just
Yeah, you
wanted to
can do
clear it first. Cool. So yeah, I would have cast that, and I also rolled for an Arcana in 28 to see if these things are. I know they're alive because they're plants, but are they acting like sentiently? And then knowing like Kara's aura, do they take on the same aura as her? Do they have different auras? Does her aura take on its aura?
Nice. Great. And Yori.
I'm not sure if like is Hadrian like on the roof at this point? Did someone drag him up there or no? Or they left
No,
him
he's
on
in
the
his
steps,
bedroom.
Or
He's
they
not
took
here.
him to the
He's in the bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what I can piece together because I still feel like there's not really, he doesn't have a lot of information. So I'm gonna roll insight and see if he can. Yeah, so he got a 4 on that. So he is just flying still, kind of above where they are, just kind of looking down, waiting for instructions. He has no idea really what to do. So he's just gonna wait.
Cool.
There.
I do think like there is a moment where you see moving plants around Kara, and doesn't look like necessarily they're attacking her, but they are moving on their own. So I do feel like there might be a point where like with Yori where it's like, I'm gonna sharpen this weapon that I have in my hand just in case, like that sort of thing.
Can I ask?
Are they moving toward me at all?
I was just gonna ask
Nope.
the same thing.
Okay. Cool.
Just
cool.
Kara. Okay.
Cool. Well,
And only when she's a changeling. Interesting. Okay.
well, right now she shifted back to Kara and there was no change.
Oh, they didn't shift
However,
away.
but they didn't move away either. Yeah.
Yeah, importantly, did they just stop moving but not go back? Or is it still moving?
Is it still performing that throne?
Or are we really harping on the thing that's not super important right now?
So there's a chair in a room. No. I think I don't think you're not harping on something that's important. I think it's something that is not so, pardon the pun, black and white. It is. I'll say because Alistair, you rolled was it 28
28. Yeah.
or 26? 28. Yeah, 28 is enough to recognize that there was probably a moment hesitation from the plants, but just a moment. So let's handle this kind of like I think in order in a way. You guys are kind of like in general kind of like trying to get the same sort of thing and using the same sort of roles. So we'll say Io, with your Arcana check, I believe. What did you roll on that?
22.
22. Man, I thought I had it. Specifically, what was your question? I apologize.
I was basically drawing on knowledge and magical feelings that I would have kind of basically to see does this feel like something familiar to what I would have learned about in school, either herbology class or with Dr. Kestrel.
Okay, I'll say in that case, we'll carry that same roll, but it would have to be history. Is that the same thing for you?
For me, history, that would have made that same roll be still decent, but a little worse. That would have been a 22 minus 3, that's 19.
19. Okay, yeah, so 19 is still pretty good. 19, working with Dr. Kestrel. I think in the realms of like going back historically a little bit, I think for Dr. Kestrel, he was probably your like introductions into planar existences teacher, in the idea that like giving the like very bare bones of like, this is what happens on this plane, and this is what these people do on this plane. But his interest, and the interest that you actually probably spent more time with him on, is the hellish planes.
Yep.
So yeah, fiendish planes. I say like his expertise is in devils and demons, essentially. So with the 19, you're not entirely sure exactly what would be going on here for that, but kind of piecing some things together that you're going to be getting from Alistair's sort of side to it. Also, you did mention like telekinetic, so this is something also I can give you in realms of that. So you're trying to like touch without touching, right? So I think what you notice is a significant sort of push back that is more than resistance that seems to be more than what any sort of normal plant would be able to do with their very very light sort of flowers. They do not want to be moved from this position, especially by you. You get the feeling that this is definitely work that is possibly extraplanar. It is not very clear, as a lot of Imea, North Imea is kind of on a level right now where I imagine kind of like what we hear about with the ocean, where it's like the depths of it, we really have no idea really what's going on down there. So the wilds of Imea could very well mean that like these plants are from here. But yeah, that's about it on that. Cool. Kara, I'm going to ask you to mute, Dan, if you don't mind. Kara, the insight check. These plants are not hyper intelligent by any means, but they do seem to be. They do seem to be personifying. In a way that deems a level of consciousness. It doesn't seem like it's. It does seem like it's a reaction, but it also doesn't seem like it's like machine-like in any way. You feel as the plants are at this point, you actually feel them actually gently, sort of like trying to kind of pull you back. Not in a way that's like fighting you at all, but like giving you an idea of like, you actually kind of like feel like you might as well with a 30, because the 30's like crazy. You don't hear the word like relax, but it does feel like that's what these plants are giving you. And I think with a 30, I'll also kind of carry your level of insight. You're in an extreme level of high anxiety. So you are in need of relaxing, and you feel like these plants are trying to give you that, as if giving a sense of like familiarity that you're that is one-sided, that you don't feel the same way, but they seem to like know you. Yori, you're sharpening some throwing axes. I do think there is a moment that Yori, you probably feel a couple of eyes as they're trying to figure out this moment, kind of like looking in your direction for like looking for input. I think so. There's a moment too where like you're probably feeling a little I think there's a possibility that Yori, with that number, you're feeling like this should be something that you should know, and now everybody's looking at you like you don't, like, or everybody's looking at you like any insight here, and you have nothing, and that's
not a
troubling.
good feeling.
I think not a good feeling.
No.
Cool. And then I think we'll carry Gwyn and Alistair as kind of together in this. Alistair, you straight up cast Detect Evil and Good. These plants are plants for the sake of like an idea of like looking at a stat block sort of thing. They would be identified that. However, like adding in your own arcana on top of that and being able to, they are definitely not from this realm. They're not from this plane of existence at all. You have very little information on how they got here, but I would say in any sort of sense of if Kara was to say like, if Kara was to explain like what Hadrian had explained as far as this garden, you are 100% sure that, you have an inkling that that this was put here by Melody.
Yeah, Kara told us it was Melody's garden, I think.
I
Okay,
did. In the
cool.
ramblings,
Yeah.
I did say he said this was Melody's garden.
Yeah.
So you feel that the explanation on why they're reacting this way to Kara is a lot of questions built into that. But in the idea of what's important and what's the idea of like the ranging on the concept of like what is important time-wise, these I think I'm getting it from Jess's side now. These plants are not. These plants are working for someone.
Yeah, I imagine that conversation, we get to that point back and forth. Like Gwen says something, Alistair says something, like the conversation, the two of us are talking. Kara, was Hadrian in the plants with you, or was he out here where we are?
He was in the plants with me, and then he kissed my cheek, and I felt like a weird sensation, like almost a sting. And then he started acting weird, and we were walking down the stairs, and he just collapsed.
Did anything else happen before he collapsed?
Yori.
I'm gonna look around for Claude. Fuck, I'm gonna panic and look around for Claude, because Claude was trimming the plants.
Oh.
She jumps up and starts looking around frantically.
Roll initiative. No, I'm sorry. Claude was. I would say for right now, Claude is not here. Not a lot of time has passed though, so he couldn't be very far. But yeah, you don't see Claude right now.
We had to find Claude. He came up to, because the plant started moving. He could be dying, and
He could be, but until we figure out what's going on, we can't stop it.
Claude comes.
Try something?
Claude does come here, right? I'm just to clear this up. Honestly, Claude comes back and seems to have bigger shears than he had before.
No, Claude, go. Do you feel okay, Claude?
Kara, do any of the rest of us feel affected by this plant where we are right now?
You do not feel anything in this moment.
Can I try something? I'm gonna ask this of Kara and Alistair.
Is
I have an
Claude
idea.
is Claude backing out of the room just to clarify?
Yeah.
Because I think that's what he wants to do.
Yes, I'm.
I s-
Go to bed, Claude.
Okay, cool. Claude backs out. You still see like you see like blood still dripping from his like elbow from like when he got thrown out of a window. He's just
The
he's
man
trying
needs
what he
to
can.
sleep.
Man needs to sleep for sure.
So before you say what you need to say, Gwen, I think I know where you're going, and I was thinking Yori is also from the Fae, so maybe Yori, if you're willing, maybe if you could go stand next to Kara and see. I'm just saying, if it reacts to non-Fae
Sure.
creatures, I think it wouldn't be the best idea if I walked in there
Should I?
first.
When you
I think maybe my idea is different, so let's do yours first.
No, I
when
want to
you
hear your
pointed
idea.
to me as
My
people were
idea
talking,
is-
I would have.
We need to go wake Hadrian up, and one of us needs to kiss him.
not.
Claude comes
This
in
is
with the
Melody's
shears.
garden.
I'm sorry, excuse me, what?
Look, if this was Melody's garden, and nothing happened to Hadrian before he kissed you, maybe the flowers reacted to something in that. And now I don't know, they're trying to make a throne for you.
Has something
weird.
happened to Master Hadrian?
Claude, could you
Don't worry
please
about
just go to
Okay.
bed?
Okay, sorry. Do you want me to leave these here?
Yes.
Yeah, just leave
look
them.
at
I'll leave
the
them
state of
here.
you. You're getting blood all over the carpet. Go to bed, Claude.
The carpet. You're in the outside garden house. It's a
walking
carpeted
around.
garden.
You gotta go somewhere to get the damn shears.
Yep. Yeah, Claude runs out.
Let's
I
try
was
your
gonna
idea
ask him if
first,
maybe
Alistair.
he knew
Mine
if
might
they
be
had a
crazy.
book on. They have a lot of books downstairs. One of them might be about flowers. Anyway,
So do you go to stand?
yeah. When he was calling
Cool.
me earlier, I would have flown down, and then when he says stand over there, I'll just walk over there. Yeah.
So something that's kind of like interesting here is that Kara, you rolled an insight check, and this is why I was asking specifically what you guys were rolling, because there's things that you're paying attention to and things that you may not be paying attention to. So in this moment, as you guys are running in here, you see the flowers looking like sort of pale versions of blue and like violet, very beautiful, but not especially vibrant, especially for what Alistair sees as Fae. As Yori walks over, and I'm just going to let you guys know I rolled for this, one of the bulbs of the plants seems to kind of stretch out from Kara's left or right arm. We'll say Yori, you're sitting to the left of her, of left arm, and starts to kind of move forward towards Yori a little bit. No, it doesn't touch your arm. It seems to be like kind of like almost in a way of like almost inspecting you. Like if you were to imagine that that like this plant had like nostrils, it was like sniffing you, like kind of like taking you in. In this moment, I'm going to just give it to you guys. The tips of the plant start to turn a little orange.
Yeah, yeah, he's gonna grab it. Like
Cool.
if something is coming toward him and then there's tension, he's gonna reach out and not grab the flower part, but try to grab like the stem right behind it. You know, whatever's reaching out there. So that's what he'd do.
Okay. You have a surprise round. What would you like to do?
I'm going to try and grapple it, I suppose. I'll roll athletics to try and grab it.
Okay. You got it. Go for it.
Okay, I got a 30.
Yeah. It is a grapple. I'm not even going to roll for that.
And then actually what I'm going to do is well, I guess, yeah, I should have. Can I use Druidcraft? the cantrip.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So I'm gonna use Druidcraft to try and sort of make it. I think it's a little bit of an intimidation, a little bit of a sort of like to make it go back to sleep. So he just says, as autumn fades with golden hue, the world prepares for something new. Leaves fall soft, a final dance. Nature's lullaby, a tender trance. Roots retreat and soils embrace. Wrapped in winter's cold, firm lace. Dreams of spring in slumber keep. As fall turns to winter, plants go to sleep. And the idea is just Druidcraft as far as like you can make things bloom, you can make things sort of, what is the opposite of unbloom? Anti-bloom.
Wither?
Wither.
Or wilt.
Yeah, but not wither as in die necessarily as much as
Wilt?
just like, sort of go back to a stagnant state or, But that's just the idea anyway. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check with disadvantage, please.
Okay. That's an 11.
Okay. As you go, you wrap this, like, I think you got it like completely behind your arm. You see first off, you see that bulb go from its weird sort of like very like muted purplish blue with the orange tips. You see it go pure white, and you see it starting to try to wriggle free from you. As that happens, Kara, you do you think you've been like accepting your position here?
I think so.
Cool.
Just
Roll me a
subconsciously because she's so focused on everything else.
right. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, as they are all pulling away from you right now.
No. Actually, I have really good dex, so it's not that bad. That's 15.
Yeah, I feel like it's like you have to roll in that one, I think, to fall to the ground at this, because you're not like hammocked yet or anything. But yeah, I'm gonna need everybody to roll initiative, and before we do that, we're gonna take our 10-minute break. See you
I
guys
just want a long rest so bad, for the love of God.
Never.
Mort.
plants have cheeks?
Okay.
Mm.
Do plants have
You all.
cheeks? No.
We're gonna clap some plants in the streets. No, on the
Oh my
roof is
God.
where we are.
Oh.
It will never
Uh,
die, Kiki. It will never die.
It will never
It
die.
will not.
And you
You're
know,
like the
some
parents
ask,
embarrassing me.
should it? And the
saying
answer
there's
is, I don't know.
No,
Um,
it should last forever.
Okay. Cool. So initiatives. I have them on my buddies here. And this should go pretty swimmingly. So let's have everybody shout them out. So say your character's name and what they got.
Yori got an 11.
Got it. Thank you.
Io got a 22. His dex is 16.
Kara got a 22. Her dex is 18.
Oh, okay, cool.
Alistair got a 25,
Jesus Christ. I love it.
and his
People
dex is
laughing.
15.
All right.
Quinn got a 7, and her dex
Hell
is
yeah.
something. It's a number.
It's a number.
It's a number that is 12.
I definitely don't need to know that number until I need to know that number. But thank
Everyone
you.
else was saying it. I didn't want to be left out.
Well, that's because
I-
Io
yeah,
and I
that's
have
fair.
the same initiative, so we had to break the initiative tie.
That's what I was saying
Io-
until I do. Until I do.
Dan said it before he knew your initiative.
Oh no, I
No,
knew
he
her
said-
initiative. That's why I said
They're
it.
in the group chat right next to each other.
All right. These guys get a surprise round as you guys spend a whole round yelling at each other. I love it. Cool. Alistair, you go first. As you see, these vines seem to immediately pull away from Kara and are moving in Yori's direction as Yori is just. I think Yori is just like in Yori's instinctive reaction. You see the plants seem to respond in kind. Also, technically speaking, this plant is grappled, so I'll find a thing to put that on there. But yeah, it is your turn.
Awesome.
Alistair.
In a is it northeast? Is that Gwen standing next to one of the other plants?
Yes.
Great. I am going to walk over to her and get in between the plant and her. But before I get within 5 feet of it, cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
For a 22 to hit. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, indeed.
All right. I won't cry today. And then that will be for 14 cold damage and also 10-foot reduction in speed. And then I'll look back to Yori. Are you okay?
All
That's
good.
good.
All right.
Cool.
That's my turn.
14 points of cold damage, you said?
Yes, sir. 14 points of cold damage and 10 feet in speed reduction.
You got it. You notice as you cast that spell, the cold seems to freeze the bulbs in place for a second, and then you see very easily them seem to shatter that ice off and throw it off. Doesn't seem like it did as much as you would like. There's no save for the lowered speed, correct? You're muted.
Speed is reduced until 10 or by 10 feet until the start of my next turn. There is no save.
Cool. Love it. Good start. Great.
So you'll also want to move me next to Gwen.
Cool. I would say you won't be able to go in front of Gwen mechanically.
Got it.
Be clear.
We'll do the passenger thing where I just kind of throw my arm out in front of her.
Yeah. Yep. Good. Kara, you're up.
So you said they pulled away. Did they pull away to attack Yori, or do they look like they're offensive towards everyone now, to include me?
Well, I'd say, like, given a actually, I wouldn't even say given a full round in the idea of D&D mechanics, it looks like the in a weird way, these do not seem like they are split up into 3 groups, but we know mechanically that's what's happening here, right? So the to not break immersion, it does look like some of the plants do immediately respond to the attack that Alistair has given on there. But yeah, as far as the one to, so that would be like the one to your right. The one to your left looks like it's going to be going after Yori.
Okay, that didn't really answer my question. It was, are they aggressive towards me, or were they just moving away to attack?
You said, are they aggressive towards everyone? I was giving you specifics on who they seem to be aggressive
me.
towards.
They
do not seem to be aggressive towards you right now. No, they do not currently look to be aggressive towards you.
But they didn't move like protectively against Yori, perceiving him as a threat.
Yes, it looks like Yori is a threat. It doesn't look like they're trying to protect you, but they're not trying, they don't seem to consider you hostile.
She's just gonna yell out, "Stop touching them and hurting them! They won't fuck with you if you don't fuck with them!"
I don't need to go up and smell strangers.
Okay, this is a plant. Do you grapple every dog that comes up and sniffs you? Like,
if they just knocked my friend out.
Yori goes, he's my best friend.
Yeah, he is. He is charmed by Hadrian. She's gonna change back into her changeling form, which is an action.
Okay.
Then she's going to step kind of catty corner, I guess, next to Alistair. Is there a way she can get both Alistair and Yori within 5 feet of her? It's hard to tell.
No. So this would be 5 feet of Alistair, and then there's this would be 5 feet next to Alistair and the flowers, but you are 10 feet away from Yori.
Okay. I would step closer.
Let's go help Yori.
Yeah, I'd step closer to Yori.
Okay.
And it was my action to shift.
Okay.
Bonus action. I have no spells left. Fuck. Bonus action channel divinity to get my, Ooh, I could do that. Or I could use my blessed strike. Radiant strike or harness divinity. I'm gonna use harness divine power instead and get a 2nd level spell slot back because it might be needed at some point.
Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah. All right. Okie dokie. Io, you're up.
Sorry, Car. I don't think diplomacy's gonna work this time. But thank you for moving out of my line of fire.
I'm sorry, she has her arms out too, like this, between them and the plants. But
okay, so she's trying to protect the plants.
Dan, can you do that line again? But can you put sunglasses on and take them off as you say it? That's what I want right there. It felt very like.
If I had sunglasses, sure. Honestly, I think he's going to stay the course of what he said he was going to do. So you're going to see him like take a bracing stance as his palm opens up. The mouth in his palm also opens up. The eyes light up bright orange, and then like these little tiny like vents almost kind of come out of the elbow as kind of a what's the word that you're looking for? Like when you're trying to fire off an explosive, like you need something to kind of keep you from getting thrown back.
Yeah, like the counterbalance kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Yeah.
As he's about to cast 4th level fireball at the 2 plants in this area, like in that area, and I'm deliberately making sure I don't get any of my friends in that radius, and I think I can get them all in there. They need to succeed in the DC 17 dexterity save.
Or fireball on the
Hell
face.
yeah.
Or
Hell
they
yeah.
take...
So excited. This is my favorite thing.
I was so
Sorry,
looking
Kara.
forward
Also,
to this.
let me just say, I love that description. A little vent coming out in your arm to counterbalance the fireball.
Yes.
Fucking
So
awesome.
Fuck yeah,
cool.
dude.
I'll
So
tell you
cool.
guys my
Yeah,
inspiration later.
We're gonna timestamp this part right here.
Where
Yeah.
is my damn spell effects?
Template?
Nice.
Oh, your box.
I
You have your
love-
box for
I
the-
love
yeah.
18 plus 26. 32. 34.
Clinton, anything about this this battle feeling recently familiar
Yes. Very.
as far as the fire goes?
Yes.
So, Joe, if they don't
go for it.
save, they take 34 damage.
So you're extending this out to the 2 here? Like right here?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
Amazing.
Great.
Yeah. You can.
Great. I like it. Cool. So DC set. Let's handle the big stuff first. And you can go ahead and start rolling damage. You know they're gonna at least take.
Oh, I already
half.
did. I rolled.
Did.
Yeah,
You
you
got
already
it.
did.
Oh man, that's bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
They
Um,
both fail.
You hear
Thir-
as this lands, Gwen go, "No, we need specimens."
They
Yep.
take 34 damage, fire damage,
Okay.
and then
This is weird. This is weird to say because it's a fireball. Okay, no. We'll talk about that in a second. Go ahead.
okay,
We said 30?
34.
34. Cool. Continue.
And then with the last one, he's just going to quicken Eldritch Blast on the one that he hasn't targeted.
Okay. You did hear what Gwen said.
I did. I guess. Well, yeah. With Eldritch Blast, I might actually take them down.
I would say, you
Okay.
do you though. You
No,
do
I
you.
think thinking about that is like, all right, but it's on you to figure out how to keep these things from killing us.
So,
And I think he's gonna hold. I think he's gonna kind of. I think he's not gonna cast in that case.
Oh, okay.
just
Not
is
gonna
the-
cast
is the
the.
one
Not gonna cast the Eldritch Blast. He's still
Eldritch
killing
Blast.
the other 2.
So are they straight dead?
Does that end Io's turn?
I think he's gonna move himself as far away from
Actually-
possible from the other.
I'm so sorry. Mechanically speaking, I think you should know the result of this before you finish your turn, I think.
Okay.
So as you cast Fireball, so there's this huge that lights up. Everybody immediately feels the heat as it kind of like glances off of the glass exterior of the greenhouse. All of the plants around, which is pretty much the entire ground that you're standing on, is up in flames. So here's how I can probably just put this. But as I'm doing this, you notice that specifically these plants, you notice like the bottom of the grass around them, and I would say like even like coming up sort of like to like the root of it, you notice it seems to have caught fire and then immediately put itself out. Does not seem like it's done as much damage as you thought it would.
Not what we're gonna burn the whole house down.
But
It's
this
raining.
entire
I just
section
break the roof.
is
The,
I can make
break
water.
the roof, yeah.
fire.
It's better than the house catching on
Fucking
fire.
hell, you guys.
Okay. I think seeing that, I think he's gonna be like, well, I guess we don't have to worry about specimens at this point. And then he's gonna go ahead and quicken Eldritch Blast and fire
Amazing.
those two.
Okay, so where are you sending that to?
I'm just gonna target the original two that I targeted, but they're both gonna miss. I got a 3 and a 2 on the die.
What's your plus? They could have low AC.
Plus 8, so 11 and 10.
No, misses.
Yeah. I had a feeling. And I think at that point he's just gonna beeline away from the other plant.
Oops.
So that way he's not, at least he thinks he's safe at that point.
So you're going to move away from the other plant that is next to yours.
This one. I'm going to move,
in what
specifically,
what
I'm going to
direction?
move right next to that dead tree, that dead looking tree.
Okay.
And then against the wall, specifically. So right next to the tree against the wall. Or what looks like a wall.
Okay. The one, you are going to take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Because you're moving away from that one. As it lashes out at you. That is a nat 1. So that definitely misses.
Nice. And I think he's going to end his turn with, I always hated herbology anyway.
Incredible. Okay, it is our friend's turn here. So we will start with the one. I'm going to start actually left to right. So the one that Yori is grappling right now is going to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Io, give me a dexterity saving throw.
No problem. Okay, that is an 18.
Cool. As you move, you notice that the grass itself seems to seems to curl in around your feet as if they're trying to kind of hold you down in place. This area is difficult terrain as you are moving through it, but it has only recently become difficult terrain. So you'd still probably be able to make that distance with your normal movement, but just to kind of keep that in mind.
Also, would my boots apply to that specific type of difficult to train? The
You're going to have to explain what they are. I don't remember.
Yeah, no problem. I was just about to. Nature Stride, the Forest Walker boots allow the wearer to move through difficult terrain, such as thick undergrowth or muddy areas without impediment. Their movement speed remains unhindered, enabling them to traverse natural obstacles with ease.
Then I'm glad you made that saving throw.
Good.
Yeah, very cool. Great. All right. So the one next to Yori is going to go to attack. Yeah, these are somewhat beefy boys. So yeah. Cool. That is a 18 to hit for Yori.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
If you're not going to
Yeah.
do anything, Blessing of the Guardian.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything to that, so yeah.
Blessing of the Guardian, so it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Ooh, this is interesting. I kind of feel like you might have advantage here, or it has disadvantage against you here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to kind of convince it to not attack, right?
Yeah.
Or
Trying to
attack.
stop
Wait. No,
combat.
it's attacking because it still attacks something, right? But it'd be attacking you instead.
Yeah,
forget
but
what
I mean, in
blessing
theory,
is.
it would see the shadows descend around him and then redirect its attack towards her, so that might dissuade it from continuing to attack
Right. Cool.
if it doesn't want to hurt her.
Right.
There's a world in which we keep trading back and forth with that.
We do.
It's like,
We
no,
keep
that's
covering each
mine.
other.
I'm taking that back. Cloud rune.
No, me.
Yuri and Kara are pretty good
Um,
at covering each other's back.
Mhm.
And
What's
my
the
axe.
what's and my axe? What is the DC for the wisdom save?
It's only a 15.
A 15. Okay, cool. I am gonna say as
It is a plant, though.
Yeah, man. That plant not
It's a
very wise.
plant.
I rolled really poor, so I think it goes to attack Yori. Stops what it's doing. You see like the bulb kind of like turn towards your direction, moves forward slightly, and then stops in its tracks.
An 18 would still hit me.
No, correct. I'm with you. I think in this regard, because of the idea of it looking like it would be having to attack you if it is going to attack anyone, it is choosing not to attack.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
So yeah, that was a good call. Cool. All right. So that's one down. The other one is doesn't even have to move. Is going to reach out to attack Yori as well.
It has to make a wisdom save.
All the plants do.
It's sanctuary, so it lasts until Yori attacks.
Great. Cool.
Reaction
that is,
sanctuary.
So that is a even with the disadvantage on that, that was the lowest was a 16 on that. So I believe that means it still attacks,
Yeah,
correct?
that still attacks.
Okay.
But it knows I'm not happy with it.
It knows for sure. That is 15 points of damage, and Yori is grappled.
Did you roll you rolled to, I assume you rolled to hit, and it was above a 17 or a 17 above? Because you rolled.
I did not roll to hit.
throw.
I did not roll to
Yeah.
hit. Nope. Yep, you're right. I did that as a saving
Cool.
throw. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Nat one. Cool. You're done. You go. You go. Timeout. Sweet.
Just
Cool.
to be clear, that doesn't hit.
That nat one does not hit. Great.
No.
Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Last one's going to attack Alistair. Oh, fuck it. It's a nat 20. Nat 20. Someone do something.
I
Oh,
am
yeah, does anybody have?
Io.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Runic shield.
So you're gonna see Io's the eyes in Io's arm get glassy as silvery barbs is cast.
Okay.
Well, I
mean,
think yeah, I was going to say I think that there's a fair thing to discuss this in this moment. I'm fully okay with that because Yori's thing might be better.
Okay.
No, it's
believe.
actually. I mean, his is better because it gives advantage. Mine does the same thing. Runic shield forces the attacker to re-roll the d20 and use the new roll. That's it's almost the same.
Oh.
Except I don't get advantage afterwards. But
You don't have the cloud rune. I thought you were
I
doing
do
the
have cloud rune up, but I'm not planning. I'm not using that one specifically. I'm trying to do the one that just makes a re-roll. There's runic shield and there's cloud rune. There's two different things.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess in that case, it's up to you guys. So in this case, I feel like it makes sense to have Ios do it because it's the better one.
Yep.
But whatever you guys want to do.
It's
And as
weird
he-
because I
as
feel
he
like
does that-
we fought long enough that I think there's enough signal to, because I was gonna say, like, do we just both do it and one of them gets wasted because we're both just trying to do it? But I think there's enough. We fought long enough that
I think truly it's at that point we're looking at it as a turn based sort of thing. So there's enough of it.
And I think
Cool.
as he casts silvery barbs, he's granting the advantage to Yori, and he says, "Take this chance to make some lettuce for that sandwich of those sandwiches of ours."
So you give me advantage to Yori.
Yes.
Nice. Cool. 16 to hit
That hits.
for Alistair. Okay.
That hits.
Not a nat 20 though.
It's not
Okay.
a nat 20.
That is 14 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
Awesome. Cool. And then you will see. Well, nobody will see it, but I'll reach into it's a magical plant, and make the magic particles inside of it start vibrating super fast, and cast Hellish Rebuke.
Nice.
On that one. So at second level, it's 3d10 for a grand total of 16 fire damage.
Does it get a save for this, or am I thinking of something else?
Does Hellish Rebuke? Yes, they get a dexterity saving throw. There you go.
Cool 8.
Cool. That didn't pass. It did not dex its way out of it.
Sweet. What's that damage?
16 fire, sir.
Fire. Cool. And this is the one to attack you, which has already taken some damage already. So 24. It doesn't seem like it does as much as you would hope, but yeah. So you guys get the deal for it. Half as much damage on that.
Yep.
Okay, but yeah, so you are grappled. I don't know where my grapple thing is, so don't worry. This says stunned. You're not stunned. You're just grappled.
Awesome.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Cool. That is the end of their turn. It is now Yori's turn. Gwen, you're on deck.
Okay, so I'm going to use Giant's Might and turn large while still grappling the plant. And then I am going to use... So there's a lot of stuff on fire, right? And I assume is the greenhouse sort of glass still above us?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take as much of the bulk of the plant as I can and use Making a Point to slam a grappled creature into something and do damage to them. So what I would like to do is try to also break the ceiling where the fire is, I guess. So hold on, because I'm on the other side, right? So, well, maybe we can do that later. Maybe I don't need to do that now, and people can take care of... Does the house look like it's going to catch on fire? How imminent is the damage from the fire?
Yeah, it looks bad.
Okay. Yeah. Then,
Is the whole mansion going to catch on fire? Not really sure.
Then, yeah,
But,
that's what I'll do. I'll
for
try to
sure
drag it back, I guess, 10 feet. Since I'm on the... I'm grappled with the one on the... to the left of me right there, right? So, right in front of Yori.
You have grappled the one on the left, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to then move it as you can with a grappled creature. We'll see how that works. I'm going to attempt to move it 10 feet back first. Just my movement with it grappled to try and move it backwards.
Where is backwards to you?
Oh, sorry, toward the fire. Not into the
Toward
fire,
the fire.
but near the fire. So I guess that would be like, I think that's 10 feet back is the kind of edge of the fire if there's space there.
Yeah, so you're flying up and you're trying to kind of pull it 10 feet, which is going to put it right next to the other one too. So, which is fine. So I think 10 feet. Yeah, I think that just. Well, there's a save for it, just like a grapple, right?
No, for the slam for movement, if you're grappled, someone can just move you. They move at half speed, but they can just move you
Right.
if you're grappled. Yeah. For the slam attack, there's also not a save. It's just, but the grapple ends after it. So it's like the save was really to get grappled in the first place.
Gotcha. And this is from the feet, right?
Yeah, that's one of the
Cool.
resources from the feet.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yes, I think you pull it 10 feet. There, boom, boom. So that means you're kind of flying in the air, so we'll put you somewhere. God, I can't even put a finger. Yeah, go ahead and roll for that for the damage for the slam.
Is it medium size?
It is not.
Just like, okay, is it small then, or?
No, it's large.
It's large? Okay.
Yeah, it takes up 4 squares.
Oh yeah, they are. Yep, you're totally right. Yeah. I was just thinking plants aren't big, but yeah, you're right. That plant
This one is.
do be big. Yeah, okay. So then that is
Wait till you hear about trees.
Wait till this guy hears about trees.
so that is 16 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, baby.
And technically the creature is knocked prone. If it's immune to prone, that makes sense, but yeah.
Yep, it is immune to being prone.
Yeah. And that's an attack. So then with my next attack, I'm going to grapple it again. Since that move loses the grapple. So yeah, I'm going to attempt to grapple it again.
Cool. We'll do the thingy.
27 is what I got.
You shut your mouth. Yeah, you're good.
I leveled up athletics, so
11. Hey, Evan, 11.
That does not succeed.
Yeah.
So it's grappled again. And then so yeah, like I had said, I was trying to smash the roof at all to let some rain in. That was kind of part of the attempt of that attack when I was trying to attack it.
Right. That was the one thing where I was like, I kind of would have to roll something there because there's a difference between pulling it along the ground and then uprooting it from the ground itself to kind of throw it into the ceiling. So I think there would be some sort of check on there if that makes a difference too.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Because really the next thing I wanted to do is action surge and really just try to pull it out of the ground.
Okay. Yeah. I think we'll simplify and say, we'll say it's another like contested athletics check, but they have advantage because they're rooted in the ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fair.
Cool.
Only a 22 this time.
I rolled an 18. You pull it up out of the ground.
Okay.
And you're big. I mean, it does make sense. You're big, Yori,
right,
and you're
I'm
just
trying to, yeah. Even as he was growing, he was trying to like pull it with him, and yeah, and you know, just trying to get to the root of the problem.
All right.
He looks at Io.
Nice.
This will have to do. All right. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's pretty much it. Like if it's uprooted, I don't know what happens to it when it's uprooted, but that's all. I'm grappling it. And that was all my actions. So yeah, I'm good at that point.
I have an idea. And the dice say yes. Cool. I'm going to say, I'm going to tell you, I don't know what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to make a call here in the idea that you take a plant from its strong point, which is the root in the ground, and you pull it out of that space. I would say that is going to do massive amounts of damage to it. In the idea of it being able to continue to exist and continue to fight. How much damage did you do originally with the slamming on the ground?
16.
16? Okay, great. Let me do some very easy math. I should be able to do no problems. Okay. Nice. That move does 34 points of damage to it.
Awesome.
So nice, good job.
I got a sample.
Thank you.
yeah. I think also with that, like you're like you have a bulb. One of the bulbs is definitely dead.
Yeah.
Like it's just right here in your hand.
Is gonna just give you the biggest thumbs up.
Awesome.
Yes.
Also,
Great job,
on top of that, because I do think it's, I'm going to say this, just for like, because you're doing action surge. So in your action surge, because I think it would also take an action to break the window, in the idea of D&D mechanics, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I
Like
would have
even
two
if you're
attacks,
slamming the
but
creature, yeah. So I think that would, like, the attack would be in your action surge. The first part of the attack would be uprooting it. The second one would be slamming it into the glass to break it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Cool. I'll say actually I think just make an attack roll against its AC
Okay.
for the slamming into.
Why are you rolling? Okay, I'll just roll a d20. That would be 8 plus 9, 17.
17
Yeah,
hits. So I'm gonna say, oh jeez. What do you roll for slam damage?
For same
Slammage,
size,
if you will?
3d10.
3d10. Cool. Go ahead and
Plus
roll
strength.
that 3d10.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say it takes all of that. I think that makes sense.
Okay. That's another 20 damage.
It is somehow still alive, but looking really rough.
Plants are so
70
strong up
points of
here.
damage.
Yep.
Yeah, I told you
Yep.
we have martial classes.
Yeah, that's 70 points of damage.
Yeah. That is good. Also, you broke a hole. So I think with that, Gwyn, it is your turn. But Gwyn, you notice immediately the storm starts to kind of like pour in that you think will have some sort of effect on how this fire will not immediately immerse this entire room in a round.
Okay. Cool. Seeing that Yori has a specimen, on the one right in front of Alistair and I, she's gonna sort of reach out, pointing towards like the ground around it, like intending to go for the root systems if possible.
Okay.
And gonna cast Chill Touch at it, so you just see like her quill lights up, and along her arm this sort of green bling arcane text comes down and out and then seeps into the ground. Let's see if I hit though. Ooh, 22.
Oh, yeah.
And it's gonna do a whopping 7 points of necrotic damage, but my intention is to like try to dry up the roots like you would with like dried plants to put in like a specimen book sort of thing.
Okay. Nice.
Just hasten that process, and we'll see if necrotic does anything better than cold and fire. And it also can't like regain hit points, so I don't know if it can like heal itself the way it was before.
Yeah, that's really good. Cool, awesome. Yeah, so pointing towards the roots, you notice there's definitely like a weakened state down there as you send the quill in that direction. It takes the 7 points of necrotic damage. It seems like it takes all of that, as it kind of like writhes and moves in response to that. Definitely kind of like looking in your direction, but that definitely did damage.
I noticed from before, do these
Yes.
plants, they seem to have a longer reach than usual, right?
They do. They seem to have a 10-foot reach.
Then I won't move. I'll just stay right where I am. And
Go.
I don't have bonus actions, so that is my turn.
Okay, nice. So we are now back to the top of the round. I'm going to count something here.
I meant to ask one more question. When Yori yanked that out of the ground, did the other two plants react in any way? Like, did it seem like they have connected?
Like
root
hive
systems?
mindy?
Yeah. kind of connected root
Not
systems?
really. Not in
Okay.
not in response to what's happened here. I'll say.
Okay.
Good question.
Cool.
Okay, I don't know why you keep shifting, man. Okay, cool. Great. I'm gonna say at the top of the round, Io, roll me a D12, please. You want high.
Oh, D12. Okay, we're being
12
special
plants
today.
sprout from the ground.
Okay. Ooh, you said you wanted low, right?
No, it went really high. Really, really high.
I
Well.
got a 2.
It's
Great.
not a 1.
Cool. Just to make Io feel really bad. I'm just kidding, Dan. This
Sure you
place
are.
catches fire very quickly.
I'll just appreciate all of our honesty for our rolls.
I was so
I love your
tempted.
fire rules, by the way, but I am so tired of fire.
I'm so tired
this-
in general. I'm
this is-
regretting
this is-
asking for help because this is what the result was.
I have completely engulfed 2 rooms now. At least it wasn't me this time.
Yeah. This time it was all me.
It's good, man. It's fun.
Yeah, I know.
You guys get the idea. Everything's on fire. So, all of this was to say basically there are 2 rows back behind Io that are not on fire. Everything else is. So this is gotten heavy. These guys are this place is extremely vulnerable to fire. Everything but the plants itself, actually, or these guys themselves. I think I lost you guys for a second. Let's see.
I can still hear
it
you,
come
but
back?
you're frozen a little bit.
Okay, cool. I think we're back now. It is the top of the round is Alistair's turn. Alistair at the top of the round. That'll be nice. You take 2 points of fire damage.
You got it. Cool. Let's get creative, Joe. So, Ray of Frost is cold damage, but if I were to turn back around and fire a Ray of Frost, could I clear a path as far as like the fire goes from like where I'm at to the door?
Oh, I like
Can I-
that.
Can I roll like an Arcana check or something to see if that's possible to get as many squares as I can?
Yeah. From you to the door?
Yeah. So
That's
what,
the goal?
15 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. I like that a lot.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think he's like looking over his shoulder and seeing if there's a way he can do this. So it's a 26.
Golden.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think he'll stick the cane out, and you'll see just ice start forming around his hand and follow down the cane, and then hit the ground and basically make an ice pathway from him to the door.
So blue is safe.
Got it. And I am currently grappled, so I can't move. So I will ask.
You can move if you're grappled, can't you? It's restrained that. Put your speed to 0.
No, your speed is 0.
Oh,
grappled.
Okay,
But
so other people can move you. But you can't move.
But
yourself.
also, I hate to ask this: is there a verbal component to the spell that you cast?
That is quite possible. Is there something in my mouth, Joe? There is a verbal component.
Listen, you gave me that shopping list. You told me what you wanted. I'm trying to give you what you wanted. Okay. I apologize for doing this because I think this is a really cool thing, but also stat blocks. And this guy also has a cool thing. As you are grappled, as you are trying to use the verbal component to say the spell, not only does the spell not go off, but you feel the vines of these plants seem to wrap specifically around your throat in response. This is a reaction. You are immediately beginning to suffocate.
Cool.
Seems familiar.
Oddly familiar, yes. So just as a reminder, because these are rules that we don't go very often on, creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its Constitution modifier. I think we kind of messed that up, by the way, on that Saturday thing. But yeah, so you are in the process of suffocating. When a creature runs out of breath, you are dead.
Yeah, so was it my con mod? Sorry, one more time.
Con modifier +1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then in that case, once it fails, then I am going to, knowing that I need to get out of this, I will fall to my knees and reach out and touch Gwen and do like the choking sign.
Yes.
I think it's very clear. You just point to the vine.
Yeah.
You have to do this. It's just this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Do you need to remove the blue markers?
Yes, I
were
do.
they the
Yeah,
ones?
the blue
Yeah.
markers need to go. Yeah.
Okay. Who's next? Kara, you are next. You take 3 points of fire damage at the top of your turn.
Okay. And these plants looked like they were taking less damage.
Yeah, they are going to be taking damage at the top of their turn.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
yes.
like in general, every attack they took less damage. And Yori
Right.
did 70
Say we're
fucking
magic.
damage in the.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I did action surge.
I'll just talk. And Yori did 70 points of damage in a round, and it didn't kill it.
It is really close. It is on the edge.
Mm-hmm. So are we, resource-wise.
Right. Mhm.
So I think in normal Kara fashion, it's time to do something stupid. So her ability allows her to sense emotions, which is kind of Fae-like, and these are Fae flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Can she, because she hasn't been combative towards the flowers at all, and they may still consider her an ally, move into the space of the plant that has Alistair grappled and kind of just wrap herself in it, and I don't know if this is gonna work, try to like reverse that sensation and have it a need to protect from the fire specifically. Ignore the people, we have to put the fire out. That's what's going to burn your home, not these people. And just reverse her emotional input to output and just put it a need to get rid of the fire.
Okay.
Just kind of pour herself into the plant.
I'm going to say, I love the shenanigansy of this, and you have a specific
Very
sort of.
shenanigans.
It's very shenanigansy. I want to make sure that we know up front this is very shenanigansy. But moving into its space, I'm going to say this is going to be leveled to an idea of a charm person spell. I'm not gonna have you like spend like a spell slot or anything like that. And obviously this plant is not a humanoid. We're using the information of charm person to kind of like work through this on that. So I think it works the same way here. So you are, I would say it has to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell DC. It has advantage because your allies are actively fighting it. Mm-hmm. And I know I gave you advantage because it was you before, but I'm going to say the advantage here from you is that you're able to do this.
Yeah.
So with advantage, it has to beat whatever your spell save DC
15,
is. But
it's not that high.
Okay,
But it's a
this
plant.
is massive. Yeah, I'll tell you at this point, they have +0 to this. So they have to fail twice on that. So I have to roll a 14 or below twice. Here we go. And this is on, to specify,
The
this
one
is
that
the
has
one that has
Alistair
Alistair.
grappled. Mhm.
You got it.
We've had
That
a
is
short
a-
rest since we did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Disadvantage. So just on one of them, I'm going to use the evil eye.
Oh, the evil eye?
If I notice any of this is happening, if you say anything, or if it, I don't even.
I mean,
know
I
if would know
dove
enough to
into
do
the plant
this.
itself, so
So
Yeah, I would say it's up to you. But I'm gonna say I rolled here, so I think when you see Kara doing a dumb thing, so there's like that, you know what I mean? Kara, I'm saying Kara. For Kiki, it's a brilliant thing.
it's really.
For Kara throwing herself into into the
very
dangerous
Kara
plant. Yeah. So I do think it, like, I will give you an ability to be able to do this as your reaction if you would like to, Gwen.
Yeah, because I mean, the reaction is just I get to give any creature within 60 feet of me to have disadvantage on attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it is currently making. Something is happening. This plant is reacting. So
Cool.
I'll get a disadvantage.
Go ahead and tell me how you're doing that.
I think she reaches out and she is just going to, you know how when you're gardening you like twist off the dead bulbs or whatever? She's just gonna reach out and like start twisting whatever's closest. Maybe doesn't, yeah.
I'm going to re-roll the die that did go above a 15. That's a 2. Incredible.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Alistair, you are you gasp for breath as you're able to come back. The vine itself is now it's not its turn yet, but it will be very soon. Has released from you. As Kara, you feel like it understands what it needs to be doing right now.
Yeah, putting the fire out.
Putting that fire out.
And how much?
So much
movement did that
shenanigans
cost
in
me?
here of trying to figure out what an enemy does to put out a fire, an enemy plant.
I need
God,
to
you guys are
take a
making me work.
moment and just say,
Yes.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
so excited that twice now that ability has caused Kara's cool thing to work. Like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
so I mean, my idea was they're taking less damage. Like you said, even when they took the fire ignited, they took less damage.
Right.
So, I don't know.
But they're
How
spending
much more
so
did it cost?
so you're in difficult terrain. Oh God, give me a dex saving throw. I'm so sorry.
I'm good at that. How about a 22?
Thank you very much. Cool. Cost you 10, 20. Cost you 20 feet of movement to do that.
I have another question. Because
Yes.
we know I'm in the plant space, and we know the plants were taking less damage. Does it feel less hot in the plant space?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I'm gonna
that makes
stay
sense to me.
put.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's crazy,
just
and
say-
I like it.
Put the fire out before you burn this whole fucking place down.
Make them all join and
You're-
give you armor.
You're yelling at a plant that has no ear holes.
I mean, that was
Yes.
to everybody.
Yeah,
Right,
to
right.
everyone
Oh, okay,
I asked
cool.
About that.
I tried.
Cool.
That was to everyone.
Incredible. That's great. I like that one a lot. And this is the Vine 1. That did not. Oh no. Well, no. Actually, it's taken significant amount of damage, but it is not nearly dead yet.
Me and Kiki had the same initiative.
Yeah,
feeling.
you're absolutely right. Io, you are next.
What
Okay,
you gotta?
so-
So my character needs to move though. I'm not where it's
Yeah.
item is.
Let me put you in a place that I cannot physically put you in.
You don't have a model where
That's
they're
what I
combined
want
already?
from you, Joe. Though.
Yeah,
That's-
I know.
You should have made these plants more plant-like so that you could move.
I'll do. You know what I'll do next time? I'll just make sure I make one for every single character to be able to fit in it.
Every single possibility.
I can't, Kiki. I'm trying to do this for you. I can't physically do this. You're there, okay?
No, put it in it. I just wanted to you can put it next to it, just not where I was, obviously, because I don't know if that would get in the way of whatever I was gonna do.
Hmm.
Don't
Well, now I
fucking,
don't know.
don't
what
fucking say I
am
can't. I don't
gonna
have to do something. Now I'm gonna do it.
Hmm.
Now I need to do it.
Okay. Question. Since it's been raining, is there any kind of, at this point, somewhat large enough concentration of water that I can use?
Looks like Siobhan's or it looks like Kara's kissing Alistair right now. Just want to point that out.
Good.
When?
After I
That's what
helped
you get.
you.
That's
Come
what you
on.
get.
They're gonna kill each other. Okay.
Man, Hadrian's been only unconscious for like 2 minutes.
We're burning his house down.
You're burning his house down. All right.
Hmm.
Aya, what are you doing?
I had a question. So,
Yeah.
has since it's been raining in here, is there any, I guess, somewhat substantial amount of water that's pooled somewhere?
Pooled? No.
Okay.
Because I would say there is currently a fight that the water is losing
Mm-hmm.
on the stance of how much fire is in here.
What about under
Okay.
Io himself? He always has a puddle of water.
So always a little bit.
Yeah. I think this is going to be better, but it's going to hurt. So,
Oh, it is your turn, by the way.
Yeah.
So you're taking 2 points of fire damage.
and that's going to be half to 1 since I have fire resistance.
Nice.
You're half to 1. Yes.
Perfect. So what he's going to do in this case is he's going to say sorry in advance as the eyes in his hand light up bright magenta, as he's going to use sorcery points to cast Hunger of Hadar. Here's what I want to do with this spell. Since it does cold damage, I'm wanting to see if I can kind of snuff out the fire in the collection of where the plants are and everybody is in that area. And I can read the description of the spell out right now just so you're clear of what I'm trying to do and we can see if this will work. But that's what I want to do.
I'm looking at it. 20-foot radius, sphere of blackness, bitter cold, appears center and point range. See, Clinton asked me for like a foot. You're asking me for a mile.
Hi,
I'm gonna say wherever you're centering it on, there's going to be. I will say there is. There is 10-foot radius all around that is going to put the fire out. Is the idea of
Okay.
like the center of where the spell is cast.
Okay. Okay.
Are you doing this just to put the fire out, or are you doing this to also have an attack?
I'm doing this primarily to put the fire out. Let's lock in my language to say it's specific, to put the fire out.
Okay.
That's becoming the more important threat at the moment.
Okay, all right. It's a 3rd level spell. You're doing this so that it doesn't, not specifically to do any damage. Yeah. I like that.
And then if we wanted to, since I'd be concentrating on it as rounds go by, I'd be trying to kind of smother the fire with it.
Like they're gonna keep trying to put fire out every turn because they stay up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I'm assuming
Yeah.
this dark, vacuous area of cold energy would be slowly killing this fire.
Man, I like the doing it right away thing because it's pitch black darkness that we're gonna be consumed in.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah. But
So are you aware of that? Because that means that because all creatures within the area are going to be blinded.
right, I am, but there's not really much else I could really do other than just trying to kill the plants. Like
think it's
shape
cool.
water, I'd basically be literally throwing a pail of water onto a raging fire.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
yeah, so I think
I mean,
you'd see-
I would say this because there is this whole sort of space here, in the idea of like saying I am trying to put the fire out, but also if I can help it not blind my friends. Let me see.
Wait, which one? Are you doing Arms of Hadar or the other one?
no
Hunger.
Hunger of Hadar.
Hunger. Okay, yeah, that's the big ol'.
Which thematically, I mean, if you wanted, I mean, they come up from an alternate dimension. You could just blink it in there, and the fire goes through that dimension, and it's gone.
Plus
You can
it's,
just
you know, if it's spacey, they need oxygen. Fire needs
Exactly.
oxygen.
Only problem is it's not spacey in the mechanic sense because it's not like you can't breathe.
Don't you dare put
But there's,
logic
you
into
know,
my game right
The
now.
tentacles are spacey.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Spacey
It's
tentacles.
eldritch.
I just feel like you're basically mixing two spaces at a moment, and it comes back, and it's no fire.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my trade-off that I will do for you.
Okay.
Either you maintain concentration on the spell in the idea that the next round, with not taking an action, you were able to move this to a different area, assuming that you would basically get rid of all the fire in the whole room. Or you can put it in an area that is equal to a fireball template and then drop it at the end of your turn so that the rest of your players can see.
I really like that first idea, just thematically, but
Do it.
it's risky when it's like you
Do
guys
it.
can't
No,
see.
do it.
Do it.
But no, let's
Do
do that.
it.
I want to do that.
It's risky
I
if the
really want
Cool.
to do that.
burns out below
So-
us.
I got my guy
You got
grappled. I'm good.
And I really want to do flavor for this because I haven't gotten a chance to cast a spell all campaign.
Do it, please.
So what you're going to do at this point is after Io says this apology and you see his eyes light up, the eyes become a just blinding magenta. And then like the palm in his hand, you see like little filament, almost like tentacles. As he puts his hand into the ground, it then opens up this this dark portal right in the area where he's first going to cast the fire, cast the sphere, and he's going to start where the plants are and everything is there, and then he's eventually going to move it to the other area on his next turn.
Okay, so you want to put it as far away from you as possible, like up against the wall, but
Yeah.
taking up the most space. Cool.
Yeah. And then as these tentacles you see tentacles in the dark just erupt. They kind of radiate this magenta lightning. And just like cold vapors just like kind of poofing off. And I think that'll be his turn. Just he'll be saying, the lights might go out a bit, but I guess I gotta clean up my mess.
unbelievable.
Okay.
I am dropping in this stuff now out of nowhere. Fireball and then just a pitch black ice cold room.
Alistair like grabs the vine and just decides to like just wrap it around and then respond.
Just waiting.
All right. Okay. Let's get back to this.
Blast. No.
Cool. So there's this huge as the plants themselves seem to kind of like drop out from existence temporarily, as well as yourselves. Oh god, there's a lot that could go crazy for the people that are in this. Alistair, you start to hear voices speaking out to you in a dead language that you do not understand. There's this deep sort of like heavy, for all intents and purposes, Alistair, for a second you think it's Hothier. As you just hear this as the floor feels like it drops out from you temporarily. You are in that space completely blinded. Everyone here, check one thing. 20-foot radius sphere, 20 feet, 20. Yori, the bottom half of your body is in this, the top half of yours is not. I think. So you're like just out of the space. You're like this above the murky blackness.
It's like being half submerged in a cold lake. He's got that chill running through his body.
Yeah, and it feels like absolutely. It is the coldest shower that Yori has never taken.
I grew up next to a volcano. This is not fun.
It's the exact opposite. Wow, incredible, cool. But yeah, half of that area is completely doused. Anything else on Io's turn?
Other than him basically kind of saying, "Hey, don't worry, the darkness was temporary. Hopefully, that's basically it."
Hopefully,
he's fully
hopefully.
He's fully committed to just trying to put out the fire at this point.
I've never tried this, so hopefully
it does go away at some point.
The first spell he tried for the first time didn't go as well as he thought. So
yeah, I totally think this is gonna work. I love it. That's D&D right there. Great. So at the end of your turn, it is now the Assassin Vine's turn. All three of them do not need to take any fire damage. The one that Kara is in. Let me see something weird here. Weirdly, no. Okay, so it is no longer dealing with movement issues from Alistair's spell, right?
Correct. It's fine.
Cool. Does not move super fast, but say it gets there. And it is going to try to attack the flames, because as it just kind of like throws its vines down on it. So I think in that regard, it is going to take 2 points of fire damage, halved to 1. And hits. So 10 feet of fire is now dissipated from this. Very cool. Okay. Cool. The other two are still in their thing. So they are still on the attack. But I don't know if they... Oh, yeah. No, they can reach Alistair. They do not need to see to attack. So they will have advantage on Alistair. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
I have a question for my Blessing of Guardian. More shenanigans. It doesn't
Sure.
say I have to see to cast it. Would I know just by my connection with the plants that they're about to attack Alistair?
I think especially in this case, yes. Yeah, if you want to cast it again, you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh no, it's once per short rest. I can't do it again. I'm sorry. I already did it.
All good.
Tried to help. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't use mine without seeing him. Even though my head's above, I don't think I can see him through the darkness because he's completely in there.
Fortunately.
8 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled again. Just forgot to take it off. And then lastly, the creature that is on death's door, that is grappled by Yori, is going to try to attack Yori.
That makes sense.
This is sucky. I rolled a nat 20.
Unless anybody else can see me.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone can see you. I don't think Io.
My head's
really
out. So if anybody else was out,
well, I think with like the idea of like
completely out of silvery.
yeah, it's true. It would be blocking it anyway. Yeah.
All right, I was gonna say the angle would be kind of weird too. I think we'd have to roll for it
Unless
at least.
you don't have that sea and magical darkness thing, do you? The devil's sight or whatever. Okay.
Nope, don't have room for it yet.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Cool.
Okay. I'm gonna say because you're in a level of like, yeah, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
This is to maintain altitude.
18.
You're good, baby. Cool. So you
Good roll.
take 12, 16. You take 22 points of bludgeoning damage,
That's fun.
and then you are also grappled.
Yay, we're grappled together.
You're hugging each other.
Oh, babe.
And then, yeah, okay, cool. So that
22.
is
Okay.
that is its thing. I think that's it. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yori, you're up. The vines are done.
Yeah. Do we want to keep this one?
You have the bulb, right?
I am so sorry. This fucking sucks because you're just role playing.
She spoke, so now it's gonna. Try.
As soon as you speak, you feel the vine find your throat and wrap around it.
No, it's totally fine.
You are immediately beginning to suffocate. No, not Gwen. Yori.
Oh, sure.
me?
Oh,
Oh, all right.
He's
Yep.
the one who's grappled, not her.
He's the one that's
the
grappled.
answer to that question.
Yep. I'm going to tell you guys straight up. It says, as a reaction to a creature grappled by the assassin vine, speaking or casting a spell with a verbal component. Well, I said it. It's a different version. It's not a normal version. Crushes the air out of its lungs. The creature immediately begins to suffocate. Thankfully, your con is silly.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not my best stat, but it doesn't matter because I'm gonna slam this thing on the ground, or against a wall. Really, whatever's close. It doesn't have to be necessarily on the ground. Yeah.
Okay.
rake it along the broken glass.
And that's gonna do 27 points of bludgeoning damage.
Well,
And
you give me an attack roll.
I don't have to have an attack roll for that one. He was already grappled, and I just used the.
This is
the slam.
the pin it down or whatever. Cool, awesome. Yeah. You
So.
fucking destroy this thing, man. It only had four hit points left.
Okay.
The vines are now hanging around your neck like a cool necklace.
Awesome.
A very heavy necklace.
Yeah. So yeah, basically all I can see is just this big pool of darkness at this point. Like there's nothing. Yeah.
You can see like the top sort of portion
Right.
of the roof and nothing below you.
Well, I'm just gonna. All right, mine's dead. Let me know if anyone needs help, and I'm just gonna use second wind and get some HP back.
Is there a moment where we hear Yori just like, is it just like to come back to it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because he gets choked and then just slams it off of him. All right, yeah, mine's good.
Incredible. Great. Gwen, it is now your turn.
All right. Everybody else has tried shenanigans, so I want to try shenanigans.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Totally blind where I am.
Totally
but knowing
blind.
The general direction of where one of the plant creatures was. I'm just gonna like walk out forward with my arms outstretched until I touch a plant sort of creature.
Okay. They have moved since you've
Yes.
stood there.
Yeah. So I'm just doing the whole. I might slap Alistair in the face, but
Cool. You definitely slap Alistair in the face because that's hilarious. That definitely happens. I'll say because Alistair is grappled, you slap Alistair in the face and you feel a vine on him. I think that's fair.
so knowing that these are fey plants, clearly magical shenanigans are happening. I have a 5th level spell slot now after we leveled up.
Okay.
I want to, with like the Dominium quill in hand, reach out and cast Dispel Magic on this thing with the intention of siphoning out whatever magic is controlling it, telling it to do something, like ending that effect on these plants.
Interesting.
Because Alistair told us that it's... What was it? I don't remember what he said, but he told us something. Like, they were... Wow, my handwriting is so bad.
Yeah.
See, kids, this is why you just don't take notes, you know, because you're not going to be able to read them anyway.
This episode is sponsored by Scribe or any of the other things that just take what you say.
We're
and...
talking about the Dominium. Is that what you're asking? What I said about the Dominium?
No, you said something about the plants.
You in the idea that it looks like they are under a command here.
Correct. So that is
okay.
the effect I'm trying to end.
Yeah, and I think a 5th level Dispel Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, how does 5th level work?
It would be anything that would be equivalent to 5th level or lower.
5th
just would
level or
end
lower?
Automatically.
Just
If
dispel
not, I
fire.
have to roll.
I think that does it.
Cool.
Now, here's the tricky part about this.
Yeah.
It does not let go of Alistair.
Okay.
So, knowing that, I will allow you to continue in your shenanigans in some other way as you recognize that it still seems to be fighting you guys.
Yeah, that's okay. It was really the command she was trying to stop. And it's still fighting us. I don't really have anything else I can do aside from I'm gonna try to give it a different command. And going to tell the plant, let go.
Persuasion or
Less.
intimidation?
Ooh. persuasion is better, but it is at disadvantage. So probably let's hope that's the higher one. Nope. 15.
15 is a DC. Let's go of Alistair once again. Alistair, you.
Was that an aimed dispel, or did it also get rid of the Hunger of Hadar sphere?
No, I can only do one effect. Dispel
Okay.
magic only works on one thing at a time.
Cool.
So the
But that was cool.
IO spell is still up.
Remind me that one of these vines does not carry the command that it was given.
And then I probably don't have any movement left because I don't have much to begin with 2 levels of exhaustion. So my turn is done.
Okay. You got it.
And I would be like right next to Alistair now. So
Yeah, you are. Or actually,
yeah.
you're...
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I am.
Cool. Sweet. We are now back to the top of the order. It's not really going to matter, but the last 2 rows begin to catch with flames. But excuse me, in this moment, once it becomes Io's turn, Io's going to be able to kind of move it into himself and then quench the rest of that fire, I believe. Unless Io just dies, depending on what you guys do. Alistair, you're up.
But I'm not grappled anymore, right?
You are not grappled anymore. You are blinded.
Somebody roll a d4.
Why was I going to be the one? Someone else.
You can roll it. I don't care.
I got a 4.
Great. So north, south, east. I'm gonna try and move to my left. As much as I can, blinded. I want out of this thing that's whispering to me.
Yeah, I would say weirdly, I think you get right into the spot where Kara's was it Alien 4 version of a plant beast that she's become.
I imagine more like poison ivy. She's just like in the plants there, right?
Yeah, I like that too. Just little by little becoming melody as much as possible. As they start to spread out. Yes, Alistair, you see that.
Cool. What is going on right now?
You're setting his house on fire is what's going on, apparently. Thank you for all your help.
As you look and you see her, she's just like, just all around her. The vines are moving.
Okay, it was definitely the plants that hurt Hadrian. Problem solved.
I thought we were gonna figure out what we were gonna do with the plants, not light the house on fire.
I didn't light the house on fire, and then I'm gonna go north now because I can see the door and go stand on the other side of the door. I don't know what's going on. Half the room's dark and the other half's on fire. I can't see anybody.
Well, you will be walking through flames to do so.
That's fine. Can I cast for 5 feet? Can I cast Ray Frost to get through the door?
Yeah, I'll allow it. Yeah.
Because I can't
Immediately
see
flips
Yori,
on the
I can't
ice.
see Gwen. She's mixed up in a plant, and freaking Io is on fire.
Yeah, you do see Io. He is on fire,
Like,
but looking real cool. As he's just like holding some sort of. You do see. I think with seeing like Io like probably holding up his hand. There's a moment where you're like, okay, well at least the darkness now makes sense.
like Io, are you? Where did this come from?
I've actually had it in my back pocket for a while. As you see the little filament tentacles just flailing crazily in his hands as he's controlling the spell.
You look right into like the sort of center of his hand, and you are once again hearing this.
Nope. Okay.
Question, Joe. I'm sorry. I keep meaning to ask things on my turn. Do I understand this? I speak Abyssal. These weird whispers. I don't know if that's what this is, but
I rolled a nat 1, so I think a nat 1 in my case is to tell you just straight honestly. I don't think there's anything that the DM could tell you that this is.
It's just
I think it's a dead language in terms of like no one knows.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Gwen would shout out, "Can we discuss this later and just stop this now?" And
Also, where are
everybody
you?
is smiling.
I was looking at Io and just be like, we need something to be able to study. Please don't destroy it all and not kill everyone. Please.
I gotcha.
Let's return.
Car, it's your turn.
I'm gonna just like gracefully step out of the plants
It just lets you come out.
and just yell at everyone as I move to the door. Get off the fucking roof and put the fire out, and we'll figure it out later.
Just give me a second.
The plants are
fire's
putting
gonna
the
get put
fire out. That too. But I yell it loud enough for everyone to hear.
Cool.
I'm walking all the way towards the door.
Okay.
And if I have to use my dash, I will.
Yeah, I think you are. Wait. 10, 20, 30, we'll get you there.
Well, I
Third-
have 90 feet of movement with my dash.
You want to use your dash? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't want to be blocking the door. I want it to be so that other people can come into
Right.
the doorway.
I'll leave you there, but I know you're out of the way. I want to make sure that you know where you are. Okay. Cool. Anything else on Kara's turn?
No. She's tired.
You got it. Io, you are up.
Yep, Io's just going to go ahead and say, am I taking that 1 point of fire damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
Feeling good.
Would be more.
Yes. All right, so I maintained concentration. That would have been horrible. So then, yeah, he's just gonna go. You're just.
God, that would have sucked. I didn't even think about
Yeah.
that. That would have sucked.
Yep, that was in the back of my head my whole time. It's like,
After all that.
all right, Kara, I hear you. The fire was a bad idea. Normally, plants burn when you blast them with fire. And
That's
then
part of the problem we're facing right now.
the wrong plants burned. Anyway, Ulu Fatagan. As he just starts saying the random deep whatever he's been hearing. And
Yeah.
then just moves it over him.
You are now encased in your own spell here. Yeah. Interesting. I did say you could move it as a free action, so I will allow you to have an action if you would like.
Okay. Well, I guess aside from putting out the fire, I don't really think he had anything else he wanted to prioritize. So I guess he'd probably try to make his way out of the darkness so he can at least see. But aside from that, I think he'd basically try to make his way to the doorway as well. Just try to meander through.
Cool. You hear? I'm gonna say, actually give me a perception check.
Okay, no problem. That is an 18. Oh no, that's actually a 19. Sorry, 19.
It's good. You celebrate that. As you, no, it's a good roll. As you are starting to come out, you feel there is a moment where you're being held by something. As you hear a deep and very familiar voice. The day is approaching. You will face them all. And you feel that grip let go?
I think as he's exiting, that's when he kind of has a little bit like I fully imagine Alistair had a spooked expression on his face. Now I think Io actually has a mirrored expression.
Yeah.
I actually think that was so kind of unexpected. He drops concentration on the spell.
Yeah. I'll say, yeah, you drop concentration on the spell right when it moves over, and you see, like, there's a moment where, I think Kara, Io, and Alistair, you all look at the same time. Yori, I think you're busy with trying to, like, maybe figure out what's going on with what's around your neck. But you all kind of notice at the same time, it is, like, just in the nick of time of being able to, like, lap up that last sort of, like, area of fire that's there. But it was close. As Io has dropped the spell early, like almost too early. Yeah, cool. All right. Does that end Io's turn?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was so caught off guard. He's probably in a little bit of decision paralysis now.
Cool. I'm going to roll something for our vines that you are no longer connected to. Kara.
Okay.
Because what you said was the more important, like, basically you were instilling the idea, like, the more important thing is to get rid of the fire. And the fire's gone.
Ignore the people in the room, put out the fire, yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna roll a wisdom saving throw based on your DC, which is 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So it's got to beat a 15. 16 on the die. So they are both going to start to move to the closest figure that has been bothering them, which is Gwyn. Okay, first attack on Gwyn is really bad. 9.
Okay.
So I assume that misses.
That does.
And then the other one is a 21.
That one will hit.
Cool. So you are grappled. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
And the one that hit me can make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
As I don't think she's done this since she has broke the Warlock Pact. So before, when she did Hellish Rebuke, it was kind of muted. It's not muted anymore. She looks even more devilish as it comes out. Like the eyes get black. I think her horns even get like larger as the flames just sort of travel out towards this plant. Dex 18.
I rolled a 2 for a 2. For a total of 2.
19 fire. I know it won't do as much, but it's something.
It's definitely something. Okay. There's still this thing. Oh, wait.
Oh, was it the one that I stopped?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes
So you
sense.
didn't take any damage. You didn't take any
Okay,
damage.
Well, then it wouldn't have taken any.
Because the other one we'll say was the first roll, because there would only been one that was attacking you. Yeah. So
Right.
all right, cool. So there's only one assassin bind left to worry about. So it swings and it misses, and it doesn't have anything else.
All right. And so
Great.
the other one is just like a regular plant now, or it just seems not aggressive anymore?
It seems it seems like a plant, and the idea that it is just like kind of like hanging around. But I would say like peering really hard in it. I think it's just confused on what to do. Yeah.
Gwen sort of pets it because she's still holding it.
Cool. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's that same like bulb that you almost twisted off. You're just like, okay, all right, well, let's fix that. Cool. That's the end of their turn. Yori, you're up. You're wearing a full Flavor Flav level necklace.
I like it. I'm just gonna go up and I'm gonna hit them with hits. I'm gonna hit them with the big old
Gwen
hammer,
would
the old
direct
maul.
you towards the other one, not the one that.
I think as you're flying down, she's just like this, just like okay,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. All right. First attack. Why won't this thing attack anymore? I'll just use. Okay. Is a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
And okay, sorry, my D&D Beyond won't roll for me anymore for some reason, so I'll just do it
it's
myself.
being weird.
Oh, you're fine.
2d6 plus 5, so that's 8 plus 5 is 13, plus another d6 for the giant thing. So 15, and then yeah, screw it. No, all right, I won't use the fire rune to do fire damage. I'll just attack it again. So 15 damage for the first one, and I'll just swing again for the second one rather than using the old fire rune. Oh yes, second one's only 16. Wait, sorry. Yeah, 16. Does 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Okay.
AC is only 13, so.
Oh, great.
And this was bludgeoning damage, right? That doesn't
Yeah,
matter,
just bludgeoning
actually.
damage. Yep.
Yep.
So 9 and 15, so 24 bludgeoning damage. And just in case, I guess I will bonus action heal rune to give myself resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage for the next minute. Hopefully we'll sleep.
It is on the freaking ropes.
Yeah.
Cool. Gwen, it is your turn.
So Gwen's gonna. The one that Yori just hit looks rough.
Yeah.
All right, then we're just gonna first level magic missile it.
Classic.
Classic.
That's some wizard shit.
Nice.
So that will be 15 damage. Force.
How do you want to do this? It's exactly enough.
I think each of the magic missiles, there's 3 of them, they kind of like very neatly slice off a couple of like 3 of the petals or blooms or whatever, so that you can dry them for further study later. And to the other plant, she's just gonna say, "Don't worry, you're free now. We're gonna see what happens in your natural habitat." To that plant, as like kind of soothing it as she's murdering its friend.
I
They're
rolled a
plants,
2. I don't know what that means. It doesn't
Amazing.
seem to understand. It's a plant.
It's a plant.
Cool. But with that, you guys are out of initiative. One thing that I do wanna. Yeah. Yep. Cool.
So,
Great.
yeah.
Sorry, I don't need to do anything. You whatever you guys need to do. As you
The
as
last
dust
plant
settles.
is just like sitting there, kind of.
Right.
I'm trying to think if Yori kind of understands that one's not a threat or not, or
Gwen is literally petting it, and
Okay.
she's already pulled out her book and is like
he's
drawing
raised
it.
his hammer to it, sees it, and kind of looks at you to see if.
No, it's fine.
Oh.
It's science.
Mm.
I think looking around at the destruction of the top floor,
Mm-hmm.
Kara just sighs and sprints off towards Hadrian's room.
Yeah.
She's not even going to say anything.
You got it.
And then as soon as she gets there, she's going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level. But we can do their thing up top before we get there.
You got it. As you all are looking at the scorched earth that is this greenhouse, you see the only, oddly enough, the only plant that is really left here is the last version of this flower. It at this point doesn't really seem to even. You're not sure if it can really move from the spot now because of the scorched ground around it. But Gwen, as you kind of like rest your hand underneath it, trying to kind of like help it to recognize that it's okay, you notice that it seems to be leaking something, as if it's like almost crying. Alistair, with your natural sight, you see that substance come out. And I'll say actually all three of the Ludus kids can roll me a I'll say an Arcana check or nature check with advantage.
Gwen's already like reaching out towards Alistair without even words, like Vile. You know, he'll know what she wants.
That's a 22 for IO Arcana
Oh.
check.
That's good. You
Nice.
guys paid more attention to plants. I rolled a natural one.
It's a 30.
Ooh, amazing.
Gwen might be too worried about trying to name it. Maybe, I don't know.
She lost all her stuff right now. This is the first thing she might have that's new to replace all her
Right.
stuff that's at Huxley's.
Heat
Who
moss.
doesn't need a plan for their new home?
Pete Moss, that's the name. I like it.
It's
Yeah, I
just,
like
you
it.
know,
I like Pete Moss a lot. Gwen, as you kind of reach back for the vial, Alistair, you give it to her, and IO 22 is pretty good. It is enough. It is enough to kind of recognize that this substance looks extremely familiar. But I would argue that it does actually make sense that Alistair would know this more. Alistair, you know this substance as nectar of the fairy blossom, but you've never seen a fairy blossom before. You've only seen the substance of it. So now, as Gwen bottles it up, you think about how everything kind of like makes sense and comes together, as you saw Yori kind of stand next to it, and you saw it seem to react. It seems to like to connect with creatures of the Fae, and you know, I think like suspicions in your head of like the idea of something that is so susceptible to Fae magic, something that is so susceptible to Fae magic would be more than willing to serve it in an extended way. And you have learned the possibilities of some negative effects from the nectar of the fairy blossom if handled in the right way. As it seems that most likely Melody had... I don't think she would define it as one last trick. But there was one last keepsake of making sure that if anyone seemed to show affection to the man that she was trying to keep in her grasp, that there was always a plan B. Kara, as you run to the bedside,
I think
Go
I
ahead,
run
please.
down, stop before the door, listen to hear if I can hear movement inside, if Asher's still inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you hear like just a uncomfortable sort of like amount of shuffling feet.
She's going to remember his expression of fear and shift into Kara. And then go in.
Okay. You see him nervously look at the doors. Oh, okay.
I know, I can help him. And I'm just gonna crawl into bed and put my arms around him as I cast Cure Wounds for 12 hit points.
You, as you cure him, you see his eyes, as you heal him, you see his eyes flutter open. Hi. And you see him grasp your hand hard here, Kara. I'm so sorry. I think and you see his hand go limp as he goes unconscious again.
God fucking damn it. Spare the dying.
In the time that it takes to run down Alistair, I think in 30 is ridiculous. I think there's a moment where you recognize typically any sort of anti-venom to something usually has a little bit of the amount of the substance itself in it. You assume in this moment there are a couple different ways to handle this. But the one that seems to be probably maybe the most the safest is in your hand. Or technically in Gwen's hand. But Alistair, you feel like you have a choice here. Io knows the substance is familiar. You're the one that knows exactly what it is.
But I have to use it to help Hadrian. Got it. We gotta get to Hadrian's room quickly. Everyone. Gwen, bring that with you.
Are you thinking... Yeah, okay, let's go. We start going down.
Give me a
You
wisdom
think
saving throw, Al.
So you think that? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go. I'll be your assistant again if you need it.
It's 7.
Your movement, you're moving with them in that direction, but your mind is elsewhere as you feel a familiar kind of pull. And I think in this moment, you and other Alistair are alone in the deserted landscape in front of the temple. What are we going to do here?
the choice. See, if she chooses Hadrian over her daughter, then I don't owe her anything. I'm free to leave.
Where would we go?
Wherever Gwen wants to go. Back to Morocco. Maybe somewhere else.
I am not you. But I know enough to know that you're given absolutes where there doesn't need to be. I'm with you no matter what. But I think there's more of me in this decision than you're willing to admit.
Maybe I'm just tired of losing every time.
Giving the choice to someone else isn't necessarily winning.
How are things with you and Undulith lately?
They're okay. How are things with you and Gwen?
They're okay. For now.
I trust you. With you no matter what. You are now racing down the stairs, moving the corner towards where at the end of the hall is the master bedroom. Gwen, you've been trying to talk to him for the past, I'd say it looks like he was out for like 10 seconds.
Okay, I think she's mostly focused on getting to Kara, but she would have been saying, so it's an anti-venom, right? That's what you're thinking? And just sort of rambling on about that, filling in the blanks. Maybe not even noticing that he's not
Right.
responding, because this is just what they do.
I like that. Yori, you're racing after them. Io, you're with them. You all enter into the room. Go ahead.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yori stayed up on the roof and he's cleaning. He's just trying to sweep up and do his best to clean up the glass and, you know, make things a little bit more right up there.
I think Gwen would enter the room and go right to Kara. Give her the vial, but not pull her hand back right away. And say...
I mean, she's just holding him on the... Like, he's
yeah,
in
so
her lap
she's
on the
gonna,
bed
like,
and she's crying.
reach out with the vial and say, this is an anti-venom. He probably needs to ingest it.
Don't
what?
wait.
He can't come with
no.
us, Kara. He
What?
can't come
No.
with us.
Wait, don't do that. Don't. No. I'm so, no.
What are you-
Don't drink that.
What are you talking about?
Don't drink that. It's not.
What?
No, it's not. It won't work. Can I please examine him real quick? If you give it to him,
Yes,
he-
please
he-
help
he
him,
might die.
please. Whatever
I
you
need
need, what do
you-
you need?
Gwen, can you just take Kara out of the room?
No.
Will you help me, please?
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm not
listen,
leaving.
I understand but you're only gonna be in the way, okay? We need
Exactly.
to help him.
I'm
Okay.
not leaving.
We know what
You see Asher. Actually, I need to. Okay. You see Asher in a weird moment and kind of like takes your hand and goes, "It's okay. We'll be over here," and
No,
goes
I
to the
can't leave.
corner
I
of the
can't-
room.
Okay.
Gwen will go over with you and block your view of the bed.
She's gonna keep trying to look. She doesn't want to lose sight. She doesn't want the next time she sees him to be dead, just like it was with Carter.
All right, Al. So, where we start?
I'm just looking at you. Do you know? Like, you have an idea of what that is, right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? Oh, sorry.
Talk about it.
Above table, you know what that is, right? Io knows that could save Hadrian.
Mm-hmm. So, but I didn't know what I don't know what Alistair's doing. Like, I don't know if it needs to be if it's a medication that needs to be ingested, or if it needs to be like
Nope, I
ingested.
just had them take it away from him and said you and I were going to help him.
Okay,
So
so
he-
I
the
think
man-
I think I pick up what you're trying to insinuate.
I'm going to let him die.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think now that I know that's the page that you're on, that was 50-50 for me, and I was thinking that you were gonna do. I actually put his foot down. It's like, no, Shiv, got the perfect thing that you can do. Come here, grab his hand, squeeze it, and I need you to be telling him all the nice memories that you have here. And Al, no, we need to help him. We got to do what we can to help him. I'm looking at that look on your face, and I'm putting this out. I'm laying this bare for
We
everybody.
don't go to the Feywild if we help him.
Gwen would look
What do
at
you mean?
Kara and just say, "He lives, but he does not come with us. We can't go there with him, with you and him.
He
We can't do it, Kara."
Oh, he didn't say he was coming. He didn't say he was gonna come. I didn't say he was gonna come. Save him. He said he
Promise,
was
he's
gonna
not
stay
coming.
here anyways.
Al,
Okay.
Al,
cool.
save him,
Save
or I
him.
walk.
What do you mean? I don't. If he's
If
alive,
I save
it's
him,
fine.
we don't. If I save him,
Al,
we
Al,
can't save
Al.
Maeve.
Why?
If he dies, it's gonna break
That's
her.
enough. That is enough for one casting of the spell that I have.
Isn't
from
there
Dr.
a whole
Karan.
fucking plant upstairs? Go get more.
It doesn't really work that way.
Why not? There's a whole
This is
plant
it.
upstairs.
This is it. This is what we have. It's Maeve or Hadrian.
She's gonna look to Mask.
I told you I would get you to your daughter. Trust me.
But if what he says is true, if they save him, I can't get to her.
There's more than one way into the Feywild. Kara, if you choose If you choose to not revive this man, you will be changed forever.
I know. And I can't let him die. I would die. I wouldn't be fit to be mother to my daughter if I just let him die here.
I know. He's Cartered at this point, too. It's okay.
She's gonna look at Alistair and just say, save him. I can't lose someone else. Please save him. I won't survive another loss like that.
Fine. Fine.
Gwen walks out.
Sure. I need a few things from the kitchen. Vinegar, some water. I will make an anti-venom for him. And after
There's
that, I
other
don't know.
ways. There's other ways we can go to the Feywild. The Draftons know. We can contact the person who they're sold to, and
I'm done
their way
being
in.
in
There's-
debt to other people. Kara, we can't win. They're stronger than us. They have more resources than us. What is he going to do once we save him? Continue to be a criminal that associates with the same people that tried to... They killed your husband. These are the same people that associate with the people that put Yori in chains. He literally has a spell over you. What you're feeling now isn't even fully real.
Mass said there's another way to the Feywild.
And honestly, I think you're gonna have to find it on your own, because this is you're. I'm done being in debt to people that want to kill us. There's good and then there's stupid. This is stupid. This isn't good. The world is not a better place for Hadrian being in it. You are not a better person for having known him.
You don't think I'm a better person for having known him? You'll find out what kind of person I can be if you let him die.
It's fine. Have fun explaining that to Maeve. Okay? Io, you know how to make this.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just try and wing the antidote if you ain't gonna do it. It's doing something.
This is your daughter.
And the little gods are saying there's another way, and you're saying no. What makes you smarter than the fucking gods, Alistair? You'd let a man die just to prove a fucking point. What makes you better than him? What makes you better than Marion Drafton? You're letting someone die to prove your fucking point.
No, I'm letting someone die to save your daughter. The person that we all set out on this to help.
We can still save her. There's other ways.
Yeah, there are. You're absolutely right. There are other ways. Do you know them? How long? How long are you willing to wait? How long is Maeve willing to wait? You have. We will be as close as we will ever be if we use this to get to Maeve. This is it. This is one of the last things we need, and we can be there. But who knows how long until we get another chance for this? What have we been through just to get what we've gotten so far? We fought a dragon, basically, for this. We were stranded on an island. Do you know how many times that we thought we were all going to die, all to help your daughter? How much have we bled for you and for her? And you want to save him? He's the reason we're here in this mess in the first place.
But that wasn't all his fault.
Yes, it was. For the life that he leads.
So, because the life that we lead, we've all found our ways into situations that weren't beneficial to us. So, all the consequences we've wrought, when they come to catch up to us, we deserve everything that's coming for us, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, are you just gonna lay down and die when it's your time then? When it's your turn
No.
for your comeuppance? You're not gonna fight back? Not gonna
I'm
try and
fighting
get a
back
chance
now
to change?
so we don't have to die. Listen. If you're
No,
okay with,
I don't
with
wanna
making
make
a
the
little
moral
girl wait
compromise.
longer, it's not a moral compromise.
It is.
How many people has Hadrian killed?
How many people have we killed?
Less than him.
Those guards in her cellar didn't deserve to die.
Nope.
But they did. Because of our actions.
Yep. And Yori doesn't deserve to be put in chains and made to fight.
I'm
People
just saying,
like Kara shouldn't be orphaned in orphanages when they're small. Yes, this is a bad person, and this world is horrible at removing the bad people. And we're not removing it, we're just not helping it.
Guy? You think I'm any better than him?
You absolutely are better than him. You're so much better than him. I don't understand how you don't see that.
she had a chance to choose to be better than him, though.
Man.
I'm gonna look to Mascan. Just very desperate because she doesn't want to lose the group, but she can't lose him. She doesn't know what to do.
Roll me a religion check.
21.
I'm not blessed with the gift of foresight. So I don't know if there is a way to save him and your place here. I do know the results will be similar. Sorry. I wish I could do it myself.
You're saying, Alistair, that if I choose him, you leave. I'm going to the Feywilds no matter what. And if you're not there, I'm probably going to fail. But if he dies, it won't matter if I fail, because I'll still be going alone. I'm begging you. I just want to save him and my daughter, and you're the only way I can do both. And I know with your power and your knowledge and your strength, we can do both.
Dig deep right now and tell me that you've come to this decision with absolutely being under nothing from him. Your mind is not battling the effects that he produces. You're not under some spell. Dig deep, look inside, and tell me that there is no influence from him.
I'll look to masking because I don't know how to tell if I'm under his influence or not.
Great. Do you look off out in the blue when you do that? Like, what do you look like when you do that? Or you lose concentration on what's in front of you?
Oh, I don't know where Mask is standing.
I'd say you do have to kind of like look off. I'd say he's probably next to you, so I'd say you'd have to look in his direction.
Is there any kind of check I can roll myself? Because I don't know. I can't tell if I'm under his influence. Like, that's... I don't know how to answer that question honestly without, like, seeking guidance.
Right.
Like, if I do anything to try to figure it out, he's going to be like, fuck you? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Sort of.
Okay.
I think Alistair's asking if you look away.
Yes.
Well, so my question is, how would I know if I'm under his influence or not?
I think like looking to Mask would insinuate that he is going to help you to try to find this answer. If you are not wanting to use him at all and just kind of like look inward, then I'll give you a roll for it.
I'm scared Alistair is gonna get mad because I'm looking to a god now for advice and not just doing it myself. So
yeah, I think there's also a point in the conversation of you want to make sure that you're doing what Kara would be doing. So what would Kara do? Would Kara try to figure that out for herself, or would Kara try to...
Yeah, I mean... She's not arcanely gifted. I don't know if she knows any way to figure that out herself. So I guess she'd look to Mask.
Okay.
I had to pull Kara's knife off of her belt and stab Hadrian.
Spare the dying.
Okay. Yeah, I think there are a lot of things that can happen here on this. Taking Kara's knife from her belt would be...
Or could I stop him from even doing that?
Yeah, I think there would be a check for that for sure. So yeah, so I think it would be a contested sleight of hand check. I would argue that Alistair, you could probably use athletics here, and if you think that you would be summoning something in this, because I want to make sure that it's fair to the concept of what Alistair's trying to do as well. But there's also there is a moment of pure aggression here that is
28 sleight of hand.
8.
cool. Kara, you look away. You feel Alistair go for your knife.
I mean, I think I grab his arm. And I think you see... She doesn't let go. She's death grip on your arm. And she just looks at you with a look of pure betrayal. And insight check, because I'm holding his arm.
Cool.
27.
Doesn't matter. I can't beat your insight check. Yeah, I'm pissed basically, and was gonna make the decision for you. If you don't know your own mind well enough to know whether you're being influenced or not, then you don't know yourself. So I was making the decision for you.
You also failed that wisdom saving throw. So your Kara, your what did you roll?
27.
27. Roll with advantage. You are able to recognize right now that in the idea of a higher being that you were trying to talk to in trying to make the decision that you want to make, Alistair is also in the conversation with a higher being that is trying to convince him to not make this decision. That's all you know.
She's just gonna look at him. And I think the look that you definitely see is you have, in this moment, lost any and all trust she ever held in you. Yeah, and insight is the emotional thing too, so
Okay.
I don't know if that gives me something more, but
I just wasn't sure if you could tell whether he's like, I mean, he was asking about under the influence, so like, you could tell whether. Personally, I wasn't sure when you said that he was like arguing to not do a thing. I wasn't sure what level she could tell that he's, under the influence of something else, or she knows about the other.
what you
things
mean
going
is
on.
like the other Alistair is trying to convince
Yeah,
him
he's
not
not.
to kill
He's not
Hadrian?
under. I didn't say that.
Okay.
So he is not under the influence. He has been told by a higher being to not
Okay.
do this. Advised, I guess would be a better way to say it.
I think she just looks at you and she is so desperate. And she just says, please, we can still figure this all out together. I don't want to lose you guys, but I can't lose him either.
Just as long as you know that saving your temporary boyfriend is setting back saving your daughter, or maybe years. What are we supposed to do? Just wander around Imea for the next however long it takes until we can go get your daughter? Sure. But the criminal
can't survive another loss like this.
Okay, that's all there is to it for me. I think at this point, Io is probably going to say, he's saying, I've already made my point clear, Al. I don't think you should do this. And if you're going to make this choice, one, I'm going to do everything in my power to stop you. And two, if this man dies, I'm gone. And I think at this point, he's definitely trying to put himself in between Alistair and Hadrian. And I want to say, if I'm going to be really shenanigansy, he's going to probably send, what I want to do is I want to send a message to Callisto to grab, because I think did Alistair actually say vinegar and water, or was that just like not in character?
No, I said those things.
Okay, yeah. He's literally saying to Callisto in specific words, I need those things, those ingredients.
Clinton, check your Discord.
Yeah. 12.
Roll an insight check for yourself. Okay. It's better than 11. You hear something in your mind at the phrase that Io says that if something happens to this man, I am gone for good. As one of your closest friends makes a choice of absolution here. Something that in the deepest, darkest part of you, you assumed and feared all along. That at some point in time, everyone is going to abandon you. You hear a heavy kring, kring. And you have exactly 6 seconds to tell the people that you love to get out of this room.
You need to leave now.
As you both hear this,
and I will push through them and walk towards Hadrian.
I'm on the bed with Hadrian in my arms.
That's it.
Yeah, I will just tell you this, and this is where we're gonna have to end. Gwen, you hear the sound of
Gwen is actually outside, so I don't know if she would.
outside.
She didn't stay in the house. She's not far, but she's outside.
Okay,
I have a whole
you got
thing, but we can do it next time.
Yep. So you would not hear this. Kara, you hear the floor give way for a second under the weight of Alistair's left foot that has now grown twice its size. You see his arms start to bulge out, and the neck, his neck itself, the bones that are connecting seem to snap and push out past his neck. We're going to have everybody roll initiative, but that'll be for next week. With that, we'll end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. Oof.
Bye-bye.